Hello, football family. Welcome into Huddle It Up Films Day 2 stream collab with Ryan from the Flock Rundown. My main guy. I'm going to turn it over to him in a second. Coming off the very exciting pick of Olivavenga Ioane, the guard from Penn State, in the first round. Now, a lot of Ravens fans wanted Ruben Bain. The pick of Ioane, though, just opens up this Day 2 for the Ravens to go in any position they want. We're already seeing what we expected, an overflow of wide receivers, an overflow of edge rushers available here to begin Day 2. So I'm going to have Yuri with me. You see him at the bottom from the Ravens Way pod. What's up, Yuri? Debonair Dev Pantois from Russell Streetport will be joining us shortly. And we have probably a very special guest later. Well, I'm just going to keep it down low, not expose his business in case anybody comes, but somebody you guys will love. So, Ryan, thank you so much for doing this with me. Shout out to all of Ryan's people over on the Flock Rundown here in the chat. I see y'all. I can tell the difference between Ryan's people are following Ryan's channel and my channel. So welcome into the Huddle It Up Films and the football family. Ryan, love you so much. We've been on each other's channels, and I'm honored to have you here with me.
Yeah, love you, bro. Appreciate you asking me to do this. It was no brainer. And everybody that's watching on my channel, go show them love too. Follow them, Huddle It Up Films, Yuri. Make sure to go show them love as well, man. Excited to see who we get tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. Every year, it seems like we find our way onto the pod, and it's a lot of fun. Truly love talking ball with you, and it's nice to see a new face in Ryan, who I have yet to have any stream interaction with.
You're gonna love Ryan. He keeps it positive, Yuri. So a lot of times I got to be the bad guy when I'm on with Ryan. I mean, that's just key. I got to bring the negative energy because, man, Ryan keeps it positive, which I really appreciate. In some tough Ravens times, by the way. So you really got to lean on somebody like that. The Baltimore kid made himself well out in California. I love it. Let's look at the big board. And I already saw. Okay, I got to remove something else. I already saw people mentioning names in the chat. Sorry, as I'm struggling with the names in the chat of who they want. So I wanted to ask you first, Yuri, since you know it, and I'll get my stuff straight over here. Who are you looking for here in round 2?
It seems like the board has fallen for the Ravens to be able to get an edge rusher at 45 that's going to complement what they already have in Trey Hendrickson and Mike Green. Right there, TJ Parker is one who I expect to probably go before the Ravens pick, but man, that would be any of those names really. Young, Parker, Hakas. Those are really the three guys I'm eyeing. The Ravens need a guy that's going to complement in terms of pocket pushing to allow Mike Green to do those dip and bend moves and get the quarterback drifting towards those moves where Mike Green can capitalize and become the sack specialist that we all thought he was going to be.
Yeah, a lot of edge rushers there available, Ryan. I know that you know somewhat about the draft picks, even though you're not a film watcher, draft studier. But just look at the names there in the yellow, true second-round grades for these guys. And they're guys, I'm not out on a limb. These are guys that you see in the second round of a lot of mock drafts, and some of them were supposed to go in the first. Talked about Zion Young, talked about TJ Parker. Derek Moore is one of my favorite guys in the draft to do what Yuri said, to complement the pure rusher in Trey Hendrickson, to allow Mike Green to stop doing so much dirty work and just get after the quarterback. Deny Dennis Sutton, same kind of guy. Then you got edge burners like Cassius Howe, R. Mason Thomas. Yuri mentioned Gabe Yakis, Jay Sean Barham. So it looks like an overflow there at the edge spot. And, the Ravens supposedly, allegedly wanted both Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson. And really, as it comes to strong side defenders, those butt kickers in the run game, it's just Tavius Robinson out there on his own right now for the Ravens.
Yeah, 100%. No, we definitely need to add some edge depth. We have a lot of young guys in that situation that are unproven too. So I think that they would be super smart to add one of these guys that slip. You think both? Because I got Zion Young and Parker at the top there. You think that both of those or one of those would be available, or you think they go early in the second round?
My personal opinion, not kick it to Yuri, but I think they're both going by 45. I think
that's kind of how I was feeling. That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
I was like, man, like those are the guys, So like, all right, do you think they slip? They got to slip what, 13 spots?
Yeah, unless Yuri, first weigh in on that for me, Yuri. But secondly, unless the Ravens want to give up one of these fourth round picks, or maybe it's a third round pick, and they're like, "Oh, we can give up our third round pick because we got 4 picks in the fifth. We can trade back up if we want." But like a Denzel Boston or a Zion Young or T.J. Parker, somebody they really, really want, maybe they could trade up. But that would be kind of like anti-Ravens like. So, what do you think the odds are that Zion or T.J. Parker slips? And then secondly, what's the odds the Ravens are actually going to be aggressive here? Maybe trade up.
I think the odds that both of them slip is low. I do think the odds that Young slips just because of the stuff that happened his freshman year could play a factor into him falling to our pick. But if those players are gone, I would be completely fine with taking denied Dennis Sutton at 45 if the board doesn't look the way you want it to. He was number 31 in our big board. Another guy that complements what the Ravens have at the room. He's also a guy that can reduce inside as a rusher, and you can get some interesting packages on third down with Sutton and Green and Hendrickson, and potentially Travis Jones or Matabike. So would also be completely okay with that selection.
Ryan, one of the sadder stories of the draft, and this happened last year with Will Johnson, is Jamal McCoy. I mean, 6 interceptions in his first 2 seasons, a physical corner. He tore his ACL in January, and then everybody thought he was okay. He showed up for his pro day, ran in the 4.38 to 4.4 flat range, 16 pass deflections, just shows you how well he sees the ball. And he plays with that Ravens attitude and the mentality of the baddest man on the field. Like Jamal McCoy's corner tape, to me, was every bit as good as Mansour Delane's, who got picked in the top 10. And yet here he is still sitting here on day 2 because of the questions that keep popping up with teams about the knee. Like if a player this talented is still available around 2, it kind of tells you, Ryan, that the knee injury is pretty serious. And I'm curious to see where he goes today.
Yeah. I think that it's another one of those situations where the injuries are just scaring teams, but the potential's there. But honestly, I feel like, and I don't have the stats on this, but when guys do fall like this and there are a lot of concerns, they're usually pretty valid. Like they're you know what I mean? Not too many times does a guy fall and then end up kind of just not having any concerns and living up to his full potential. So there probably is a reason for it, but very intriguing option, especially as he continues to fall down the board. The Ravens could use another corner too. I wouldn't even be terribly mad at that.
Especially in a draft like this, for you to fall out of the first round. Like this isn't a star-studded first round like next year's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So like if all 32, basically, I mean, no teams picked twice and 3 times, but if every team is passing on you, there's got to be something here. The one positive I will say about Jamal McCoy is if they believe that the knee will be okay long term. Look, we already got Nate Wiggins, we already got Marlon, we already got Cheeto, we already got TJ Tampa. Kyle plays nickel, so like the large majority of the time, we're only playing 2 cornerbacks on the field. We play a 3 safety nickel. So we could bring McCoy along slowly and be like, hey, we believe his knee's going to be okay long term. It's just going to take a little while. But again, that's so much projection. Like nobody knows what his medicals are. And it looks like the 49ers are on the clock or up at the podium around.
They're announcing it. Yeah.
And it is, wow, a surprise pick.
Yeah. I didn't think that this early.
Dribbling, bro. Wow. A big
early
receiver for him. Now, I did have him higher than consensus. You see him 63rd on the board. So he wasn't slipping past me, buddy, but just an outstanding combination of size and speed there.
Yeah, he made the My Guys list, the Ravens Red Star list for me. The 50% of his yards came after the catch. He ran a 4.36. There it is, 4.36. Tough to find players with his initial burst, long speed, play strength, all things that I also saw with him. I just thought his ability to make plays after the catch would have meshed well with Lamar Jackson. And I don't think it's a surprise to see him go here so early just because of there's a fall off in this class of receiver where you're kind of, if you're trying to get a guy who can be potentially a high end number 2, low end number 1 guy, that those names are very limited. And if you have a guy out of that group that you like and you want to go out and get him like the 49ers just did, I'm not totally against it. I had him 77th on our board, so it's good.
Ryan, it's Kyle Shanahan. The match with Kyle Shanahan now with DeJon Stribling, a size speed receiver. I mean, dude, he's 207 pounds running a 4.36, and he plays to it. Like, it's not just a hollow number to me. Like, Shanahan will scheme. It will be bootlegs, and this monster will be running right over the middle of the field, some open looks. And, he's not, of course, at 6'2", 207, he's a little stiff. It's natural for a body type like that. But when you're running wide open, you get this wild horse out in the open, and it's obviously tough to bring down 4.36 at 207 pounds. So I don't think he was a name most Ravens fans were thinking of anyway. He goes ahead of Denzel Boston. I see Boston getting a lot of love in the chat. And chat, I am with you totally. Denzel Boston, 6'4", 212. Look at that red zone monster. 20 touchdowns in his last 25 games. The play strength. Man, it don't matter if you're a rocked up cornerback or you're a tall cornerback, like he is a mismatch for you at the catch point. And, is he going to be a great route runner? No, but he would give Lamar that big receiver. Ryan, what would you think if Denzel Boston slips a little bit, that the Ravens make a move to go get him?
I don't think he slips to where we're at here at 45, but I'm intrigued adding a weapon. You know what I mean? We solidified the offensive line last night, and I'm down to take best player available. I think we need to add to the receiving room, so a wide receiver weapon would never hurt. We don't really have anybody long term there outside. I mean, Zay's locked up with the 5th-year option next year, but we got to get an extension done there. Bateman's not in a long-term situation. Got young guys with Tez and LeJohntay Wester, but we need to add another guy to that room for sure. Lost D-Hop. So getting a 6'4" receiver that can go up and get it helps kind of take away or replace some because what our go-to jump ball guy was really Likely, and we don't have him now. So we might be able to address the tight end spot tonight. We can talk about that soon. But I think another way to do that, Denzel Boston, if he slips, though, I don't know. I think that's unlikely. There might be a little run of receivers here, and he's probably near the top of the board.
So James Conner, the former Steeler in Pittsburgh, announcing for the Cardinals. That's kind of weird, wouldn't it be? Yeah, I don't know. Like the drafts in Baltimore and Patrick Queen's announcing for the Steelers or something. Chase Basantes, my second guard on the board is gone. And this is a good sign, Yuri, because we were sitting here at 45 and we still need a guard help. There's another one off the board, and we'd be sweating it out right now. We'd be looking at Emmanuel Pregnon maybe, or maybe we would have to reach for a Jennings Dunker or something. Having that big number 71, Vega, that monster, again, really opens this out. We want to go corner. You want a D tackle. We could probably still squeeze one out of Kaden McDonald. Edge players will be there. Receivers will be there. What about Kyle Stowers? Saw some, talk about him in the chat. My overall feelings of this, I really like Stowers. If we took him at 45, I'd be happy. The thing is, there are a bunch of tight ends in this draft, and this might be like last call for stud edge rusher, last call for like stud receiver, even though the receivers are deep. So, I want to give Lamar weapons. I want to build up this offense, let Jesse Minter do his thing on defense. So I love Stowers. The only downside I would say is that plenty of tight ends in this draft we could use.
Yeah, I agree with you there with the last call idea. You saw the combine testing numbers with him, and it reflected on tape, like his ability to play vertical, play against the sideline, know when to take contact, know when to turn away from the ball and be friendly to the quarterback, sit down in zone. I think that was another big thing I had with him was that his ability to read leverage off of corners and linebackers is definitely a mismatch at the next level.
Yeah, Stowers, Ryan, really quarterback friendly. Like he's got that Mark Andrews, but with hands type quality where he's just always opening, creates these nice friendly lanes for the quarterback. And like when I, first saw Stowers, I was like, well, I don't really see this like athleticism pop in. I see like kind of a, just a wide receiver, good tight end that's going to create throwing lanes. But I think some of that had to do with this quarterback, Diego Pavia, being 5'9" and just wanting to escape the pocket all the time. And it just was, Stowers played in a chaotic Vanderbilt offense. So I think that kind of hid some of his ability. And when he showed out 45.5-inch vert, man, we talk about some crazy hops for a tight end.
Yeah, no, that'd be a fun weapon too. I'm kind of with you guys though. I think that there's too much depth at tight end that it's smarter to go elsewhere. I I feel like we can address the tight end in the middle rounds, man. I think that's probably the move here because the wide receivers are going to drop off. There's another I've been seeing a lot of people talk about Jeremy Bernard from Alabama today. How high do you got him ranked here?
Yeah, he's my positional favorite. Before I get to that, one of those edge rushers that we like, TJ Parker,
Oh, yeah.
could have easily been a first rounder. He goes to Buffalo. I don't like when
Yeah, I know.
teams like Buffalo take players that I like. So we'll take Mr. Parker off the board here.
I figured he'd go early.
Yeah, but Jeremy Bernard, Yuri, I kind of feel like you're not as big of a Bernard guy as me. I don't think, because I know what you like, man. Are you as high on Jeremy Bernard as I am, or do you really like him, or is he not your guy? Give it to me straight.
So he isn't my positional favorite. He's somewhere in the pack between Hurst, Lance, and Fields for me, rather than closer to Brazzell. But like I think if you need a diverse player that can either line up in the slot, line up at X, line up at Z, run blocking was something to highlight. One of the favorites of ours, Zion Young, he had a rep against him where you saw him be able to handle his own, more than handle his own. You talk about the back shoulder ability as well. Like his ability to contort himself was impressive, which is a lot of the taller receivers struggle to contort themselves and put themselves into a friendly position to the quarterback. So maybe I think someone at 45, I'm hoping for a little more upside in terms of a long-term outlook. But if the Ravens are looking for someone to come in today and be able to complement what they have, I think it's not a bad option at all.
See, that's what I thought. You love the upside, like a Chris Brazzell, boom or bust.
I'm crazy about the upside. I just tell me on the upside,
Jeremy Bernard, Tylan Wallace level blocker. Miles Boykin got a lot of credit for that too. Like he is a dude. You line him up in the slot, and he can crack down on a Zion Young or some of the like a Myles Garrett. You can be like, all right, this wide receiver can actually block him on this rep. Like he's that fierce, play strong. And then the thing that stands out that gets lost with Jeremy Bernard, fastest 3-cone time at the combine at 6'1", 206. So he's quicker than a lot of these 5'9" slot receivers. Like his game is intermediate, Ryan. He slashes you at 8 to 12 yards over the middle, time after time after time. Very low contested catch rate despite working over the middle. So that just shows you how like his football IQ is feel for space. And Ryan, where does Lamar love to throw, and where's he been elite at throwing the football since his rookie year? It's over the middle. So unusual separation ability for a 6'1" receiver, both versus man and zone. And that's why I love him. I think he comes in, he clicks with Lamar right away. You can move him in the slot. You can move him around. A very safe pick. So not the upside. You don't see him downfield a whole hell of a lot, but slaying teams 8 to 12 at a time.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, man. Texans traded up to 36.
So what do they need? Do they still have a hellified bunch of receivers? I saw Nico Collins might be on the trade block, so maybe this is a Denzel Boston spot.
They said some teams were calling about Nico because his contract's undervalued and needs reworked, but I don't know how serious that is. I don't think they should get rid of him, but yeah, I don't know where they're going with this pick, but they're on the board. They just traded up for a reason. One of the defensive guys that are falling, maybe
linebacker. I don't know with their O-line, but their O-line has been pretty sorry suspect for a long time. Maybe they want to get pregnant on that line.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they did draft Rutledge in the first, so them doubling up wouldn't totally be bad. I guess McCoy would be somewhere where he can be comfortable because he already have the two corners out there. You don't need to rush him in right away into a starting spot. You can kind of let him ride the bench for a little bit and just kind of ease into a role.
Kind of like the Ravens situation where we got some guys that'll start and be all right. We take a McCoy with that high upside. Yeah. I'm not all in love. It looks like they just traded back 2 spots and traded 3rd and 4th. So it's not a big move back. for the Vegas Raiders. So the Texans must really want somebody to skip ahead 2 spots to make sure they get their guy here.
Yeah, I think they're showing them. We'll see. They always show the guy that I don't know if your TV's caught up.
Well, yeah, I saw the Texans guy waving the flag. Right now it's a football and the Texans logo and Goodell's coming out. That's what I see.
We'll wait.
Is my TV behind?
No, I don't know. They haven't announced it on mine. They were just showing who it probably is. all excited in the green room.
Okay. I'd be mad if you're ahead of me and you're on West Coast time, Ryan. That's just
it doesn't matter, dude. We're all connecting to the same thing.
I get New Year's Eve first, not you.
Yeah, that is true. All right, that you got me there.
That was good.
Let's see who
it is the big nose tackle. So Kaden McDonald, I actually had him number 1 just because I was scared of Caleb Banks, and Peter Woods just kept disappointing me time and time again. Yuri, I know you love Caleb Banks, and Woods had the measurables, but this guy, 99th percentile run stop rate. So you're talking about a run stuffer like the Texans needed to add to their defense anymore. They get this monster in the middle, Kaden McDonald. So, hey, some prominent names still on the board. As you can see, Jamal McCoy, the cornerback, knee injury. Denzel Boston, widely projected first-round pick, is still there. What's up with Denzel Boston? Why is he falling? Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the hard-hitting safety out of Toledo. I thought he was going to go in the first round. You see him at the end of the green. Zion Young still there, a little bit of surprise. Colton Hood, another guy widely projected to go in the first round. He's still sitting there. You see the edge rushers piling up. You see the receivers piling up. Kyle Stowers, still Emmanuel Pregnon on the board. So, yeah, good spot for the Ravens to not need a guard. Again, I'm going to say that once again.
It feels good. It's like a relief, man. There's a sense of relief to not have to worry about that right now. You know what I mean? Because like you said earlier, we'd be watching some early guards go off in the second round, just stressing about who we're going to add to fix the hole. But it's already taken care of, man. We're good. When do you think the best time to strike on a center is? Probably not at 45, maybe, but do you think tonight or wait till tomorrow early?
I'm kind of looking around 3. Yuri, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's a grouping of like 4 or 5 that are around 80, and whichever one the coaching staff likes best, I think is going to be the pick at 80. I will say, just to answer the Denzel Boston one, it would absolutely be up Harbaugh's alley to take the falling Denzel Boston. I think he wants to kind of like mirror what the Ravens kind of do in a sense, where they get the best player available and they get the media hype and kind of make up for the reputation that he got at the end of last year. Just a little thinking in mind. But real quick on Kaden McDonald, that is someone that you're going to probably have to double team a lot on rundowns. And Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are going to see more
crazy
one-on-one looks than they already do. So that's a good fit for them. Not somebody that I had high on my board just because of the lack of pass rush that he showed on his tape. And to Jason's point, yes, I loved Caleb Banks, and unfortunately he broke his foot and we had to drop him, and then he went top 20 anyway. So
Ryan, got a super chat for you, my friend. Let's bring it up. Yuri, apologize if we cover that beautiful face and stash for a second. Go ahead, Ryan. Take it away. I think Don's coming from your channel.
Okay. Appreciate you, Don, with the 5. Ravens should look at Chris Brazzell, Tennessee wide receiver, around 4'3", 40, and 6'4". Yeah, a ton of upside. We talked about him a little earlier when, Jason, you had that card up on Chris.
Yeah. Let's bring him back up.
Yeah, you guys could probably talk to what you're seeing on tape. Do you like him over – He's not as high as Denzel Boston for you, right?
No,
you like that tier. Athleticism and upside?
Yeah, what he's battling, Don knows this probably, and Yuri knows this. What Brazzell is battling is the reputation of the Tennessee receivers and that kind of wonky scheme that they run. So for those of you who don't know, Tennessee spreads their receivers out as far as they could possibly get. Like the ball could be spotted in the middle of the field, middle of the hash marks. Excuse me, and they'll have 2 receivers stacked at the right sideline, not near the right, like near close to the right sideline. They end up getting a physical freak like this, one a safety with endless open space. Their numbers look good. That was Jalen Hyatt from a few years ago. That was Deontay Thornton last year. And these Tennessee receivers are fizzling out. The reason I think Brazzell is different is because he's actually able to chop his feet, work quickly, and work back to the quarterback. He actually showed some diversity on his route. So, Don, I'm with you. I'm higher on Brazzell than most. And it's Brazzell, by the way, Ryan. It's not
Brazzell, yeah.
But yeah, he's all the way up at 41 on my board. So I think I showed him plenty of respect, it's my opinion of him.
Yeah, I would add into the ability to know that you have a cornerback kind of on the rope, so to say, and then be able to cinch down in a comeback route. Like that was something he's really, really good at. Something we saw with Hyatt where like the Hyatt didn't have quite that flexion in his lower body to be able to come back down off the top of his route. So I think that's something to work with. I think he's a player where you kind of trust the coaches to be like, okay, we can develop more as a route runner. But day one, like the Ravens, if they're trying to develop an X receiver, he's someone that I could see them liking a lot. There was a report a while ago that the Ravens wide receiver coach was watching him very closely in drill. So I think that's something to note at 45 if the Ravens end up going that way.
Yeah, exciting player. Well, when I first started watching him, I'm like, all right, here we go. Another Tennessee receivers. Colton Hood gets picked by the Giants, so they get pretty good value there. But when I first started watching Brazzell, I'm like, another Tennessee receiver. Watch, he's going to be tall. He's going to be fast. He's not going to be able to run any routes. This guy's going to bust out. And I mean, who knows? With the draft, a lot of players bust out. But when I see him chop his feet and come back to the quarterback, I'm like, whoa, this dude actually runs routes. Holy crap, it looks pretty refined. So, yeah, I'm a fan of Brazzell there. And thank you so much, Don, for that comment and the super chat over there for Ryan. Yeah, and, so Colton Hood, corner gets taken for the Ravens. He would have been a good pick just for value. The Ravens, of course, have a pretty stacked cornerback room as far as number of guys who can play. Of course, opinions will be all over the place. What you think about Marlon Humphrey, what you think about Cheeto, what you think about TJ Tampa, what you think about Nate. But, I mean, we got plenty of starting caliber players, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think the best approach, sorry to cut you off, I just think the best approach to the corner room is to add another guy on day 3 and let the 2 rookies from last year plus Tampa plus the day 3 guy kind of fight it out and let the talent rise at the top.
There you go. Want to bring up Samuel Moore. Now, Samuel, I was waiting to hear from you tonight because Samuel has 8 children, okay? But he does not have 9 and Venga. Yohani is the youngest of 9 children. Crazy. So, Sammy, maybe if you – I don't know how much wifey has left in the tank, Sammy. But if she's got one more left in the tank, maybe if you have a 9th children, he can grow up to be a 6'4", 320-pound, possibly Samoan, Polynesian first-round pick. So, Sammy, you might have to have a little talk with Miss Sammy on that to see if you can get the 9th children. But, yeah, that's Sammy's 2-year-old right there in the picture. Love you, brother. Love you so much. Appreciate you,
Sam.
And Trav God. There you go, Ryan.
I hope Denzel Boston is there. Yeah, that'd be sick, man. That's a hell of a long way to fall, too. Like, I never saw Boston slip into 45, but hey, man.
For real. Here we go. How do you guys feel about the corners, McCoy and Avion Terrell? McCoy, of course, we don't know. We love him, but is his knee like completely trashed? Like, it's beyond our reasoning. Avion Terrell, a little bit undersized. Maybe he ends up being a slot corner, which is kind of a turnoff for me because Kyle plays in the slot for us most of the time. That's why we needed Alohi Gilman last year to be that third safety. So we only play 2 corners on the field. So I kind of dropped Avion Terrell a little bit, even though he's a hell of a ball player. He's just 5'11".
Another corner just went. Stooks.
Wow. Yeah. Safety corner, trading Stooks. Heck of a player there, Yuri. Explosive player in trading Stooks. And he goes before Emmanuel McNeil Warren. He goes before Avion Terrell. Wow. Yeah. Trading Stukes, late riser in the process once he ran that 4.33 Yuri, was it?
Yeah. He play on the ball, like his ability to not only be versatile and be able to play either spot, either corner, or some people see him as a safety. But you never know. You never know. I mean,
You
I have
never
a
know,
friend.
Sam.
Yeah, I have a friend who's like 6'3", and both of his parents are like maybe 5'6". So you never know.
I mean, yeah. Hey, my son is a good 6 inches taller than me. He takes after like the men in her family. Like he looks just like me, but he's like 6'3".
Crazy.
Yeah. Sure, he loves me putting his business out there, but yeah.
So what are we up in 6 picks? Cleveland's on the clock.
Did I miss a pick? I don't think I did.
No, it was Raiders. Stukes was the last pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Raiders. Yeah, that adds up, doesn't it, fellas? Let's just get the fastest dude out there.
Fast. I would be surprised if Zion Young were to fall past these next two teams that don't really. This seems like a spot for them to go.
Browns,
Zion
Chiefs.
Young still on the board. Wow, man, that's amazing.
Yeah. Parker went. So Young's the best edge by far. What about, would you guys wait on D tackle? What about like a Lee Hunter?
He's more of a nose tackle to me. I don't see much difference between him and DJ Reader. That's just me, though.
You'd rather just sign the free agent. Yeah.
There are other upside 3 techs out there that can actually rush the passer, like Grayson Halton. A lot of people like Christian Miller. So I have them at 53 and 54 on the board. If we were going to say, hey, let's get a defensive tackle now, I'll show you exactly where they are. Halton and Miller right here at D tackle. And I have Hunter just below them. Now, Hunter is probably a widely regarded prospect. But for the Ravens fit, look, we got Travis Jones, big guy, 330, 340 pounds. John Jenkins, even bigger than him. CJ Okoye, even bigger than both of them. Like, I just don't see the need to bring in another 340-pounder. I would rather have one of those lighter, quicker D tackles that can get to the quarterback. So, Raven-centric board here. You'll see Hunter higher on other boards, but for us, I feel like we got 3 good nose tackles here.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
So, yeah, Zion Young, Derek Moore. Now, admittedly, I'm really high on Derek Moore, so he may not go in the second round. But he is in the mold of a Zion Young, just not as fierce, but play strength, Sam's that strong side type defensive end. So I really like him. But yeah, Zion Young is interesting. You got Eli Stowers kind of staring you down. Chris Brazzell. How about a inside linebacker that has the sacks and the interceptions? That's yet another option. I know Yuri probably don't want to hear me about that because of positional value, but I mean, that's the truth, bro. Like, you got some like PQ level linebacker playmaking with some smarts and toughness too. Like, not running themselves out of the gap. So, yeah, let's take a look at the Ravens roster. The 53 man, it looks good with Ioane up there.
Yeah, it feels good, man.
But this is what I got. I didn't include everybody that's still hanging on out there, just the prominent players here. And I can actually make this a little bigger. There you go. Yuri, you got better looking, bro. Made it smaller.
Oh, nice.
Might have to get that's awesome. But yeah, this is what the roster looks like. That edge group just looks a little bare, doesn't it? Like, it's top heavy. Love Tavius, of course. I mean, how can you not? But Trey Hendricks and Mike Green, we still really didn't get to see what he could do last year. Yeah, like edge just seems like, man, if the Ravens could trade up a few picks and get Zion Young, I might have
to. I feel like there's the double-ended to, like, we saw the Chiefs trade up and not take Ruben Bain. So I wonder if they had Young in mind. It'd make a lot of sense. Even the Missouri and Kansas City aren't exactly like the same place, but there is a little bit of that hometown effect to it. And he fits the bill of the players they like when it comes to some of the off the field stuff. I know we don't like mentioning, but I think it's worth mentioning the reason why he isn't. And he would also be if you add in Zion Young and Peter Woods and Chris Jones, you feel a lot better about Vega. I didn't know it was pronounced Venga or
Venga.
Venga.
Think of Tua Tagovailoa. There's no N in there either.
Yeah, the
yeah.
N's
So Tunga,
silent.
Venga, and Denzel
Venga, yeah.
Boston. Benga goes to the Browns, bro.
Oh,
Damn,
yeah.
dude.
Man, they doubled up on
Yeah.
receiver. Boston and KC.
So Todd Monken.
Yeah.
I called the Concepcion pick yesterday, guys, because Concepcion screamed like a Zay Flowers style receiver, and we all know how much Uncle Todd loved him. Some Zay Flowers, he would spam Zay Flowers all he could, but I didn't see Uncle Todd getting a Denzel Boston on him.
First
you watch
two
his highlights
picks,
now,
yeah,
just
wow.
crazy, bro.
Well, yeah.
One of my favorite players, dude. Like, yeah, red zone monster, bro. This is what the Browns will have.
Great
Shoot.
value.
I hope the Browns are okay this year and don't get like a top quarterback next year. Because I don't want to see a Todd Monken offense with a good quarterback rookie in next year's class with that defense. They might actually not be the laughing stock of the AFC and arguably all football anymore. Todd gets a couple of weapons. Yeah, very good skill players all of a sudden there in Cleveland. Jerry Jeudy's still there too.
Todd's having himself a real nice draft.
Yeah. No.
Todd went in there and took over like Harbaugh did. You see Harbaugh with the quote unquote GM, Joe Shane of the New York Giants?
Yeah, and he looked at me and said, "You better agree with me.
You better agree with me, son." It's like what your kid is with you.
Yeah.
You're not going to touch anything when you're going to score, right? Right, John Harbaugh, right. That's how Joe Shane looked. Chiefs are up next. I got to take Denzel Boston out of the graphics.
Yeah.
See you later, Denzel. My second favorite Denzel next to Washington, bro. That's it's terrible.
So
Chiefs,
as the board stands, we're leaning young, edge.
Yeah, I'm afraid Andy Reid's going to take him. Like Yuri said, they don't really shy away from any character concerns, and Zion's a bad
Oh,
man.
yeah. Well, they're announcing it now. Yeah, I guess we're about to find out.
Okay, we dodged a bullet. An edge rusher who I wasn't sure fit our scheme real well. Honestly, any player could fit Jesse Minter's scheme. But R. Mason Thomas, an undersized edge, ran a 4.67. So this isn't like he's a good athlete, but he's not Mike Green quick. And again, you really don't want him on the strong side. You want R. Mason Thomas, like Mike Green, attacking the quarterback from the blind side. So I don't mind that pick. I love R. Mason Thomas, but the reason he was last in the yellow is that we could use a Zion Young, a Derek Moore, a Dennis Sutton style outside linebacker to complement the two speed rushers that we have.
Yeah, and we're 5 picks away, and there's 3 edges that I would be very comfortable taking here. I think Howell is a little redundant with Mike Green and all the things we mentioned about complementing the room, but Ravens board is pretty open.
Yeah, look at it, Ryan. Chris Brazzell, Jeremy Bernard, Branch. I know Ted Hurst has a lot of love too, but Ted Hurst would not be a stretch. And then look at the edge room. 4 players left with a second round grade. Then you got Gabe Yakis. So again, man, instead of sweating out Pregnon, maybe we didn't even think Pregnon was a great fit for the Ravens. We're sitting here. Eli Stowers is a possibility. You got 2 elite linebackers that project to be elite. You got a couple of really high upside corners in addition to Jamal McCoy. So, yeah, the Bengals are on the clock at 41. And honestly, the Ravens have a pretty good choice right here. Pretty nice choice.
Wide open. Yeah. Even the McCoy situation, super interesting too, but I guess that's just so unknown.
Yeah.
You have to guess the Bengals go Pregnon here, right? I mean, protect the franchise. You traded for a defensive tackle. Let's get a guard.
Help me out. Did the Bengals remake their offensive line, or am I thinking differently? That was their defensive line.
Yeah,
they know they added a ton to defense. Yeah. Allen, Lawrence, Mafe.
Yeah. I want to get your feelings on this player, Yuri. Anthony Hill out of Texas. You see the size, the 4.51 speed. Look at this, Ryan. Talk about chaos the last 2 years. 182 tackles, 23.5 tackles for loss, 12 sacks from an inside linebacker, 7 forced fumbles, 3 interceptions, range for days. He's only 21. You can pick on his game, his vision, his feel. But I mean, my goodness, you're talking about that PQ like gap shooter. It seems like a little early to go for a linebacker for me. Obviously, you've heard me just talk about the edge rushers and the wide receivers, and maybe even Stowers if they love him. Bengals selected Cassius Howell, another speedy
another
edge rusher,
Oh, here
another
comes
great
the run.
player. So yeah, here comes the run, but they're going before the big bad guys. Sorry, just to finish up on Anthony Hill.
Yeah.
Like, would you hate it, Yuri and Ryan? Would you hate addressing the inside linebacker to get a guy that put up these kind of stats and has this kind of resume?
Ryan, you can go first.
I don't know the depth of the linebacker class, but I mean, at some point, I think we got to add more there. And how healthy is Teddy? I know this guy would probably play a different role, but I think we're set up okay this year with Trent Simpson, Teddy, Roquan. But I think at some point you got to add a younger guy in if this is a guy who can, usher in a future when Roquan heads out, because we're probably not going to continue to pay that contract. Then I'm all for that. But if he's just finding a role right now and he's not going to be able to replace that situation, maybe we just wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, just to touch on Hill, is that there was a lot of safety like instincts in terms of his play style. You mentioned the range, like the ability to carry the seam, spot drop, and then you add in the 7 forced fumbles and interceptions and sacks. Certainly gives him a lot more value than a normal linebacker, more of like the thumper. But I'm with Ryan. I don't think linebacker is an immediate need. There's other needs that are more pressing. And there's a couple of guys on day 3 that I like. I wouldn't say just as much as Anthony Hill, but I think there's a lot of day 3 skill sets. You need to figure out whether or not Trenton Simpson is going to be able to contribute for you. You spend a 3rd round pick on him. And I'd like to see some return on investment on that pick.
Yeah,
So
Jesse might be able to find a cool way to use Trenton too, where he's productive,
Yeah.
Christian Miller, a guy
I
liked, a guy Yuri liked, guy that was projected around this way, just went off the board to the Saints at pick 42. So pick 43, pick 44, 2 picks before the Ravens are scheduled to select at 45.
Dolphins
Christian Miller,
and
all the way up here. Thank you, Brian. Dolphins and Jets. Jets have a little bit of everything already. Man, my goodness, they've already had a ton of picks. Don't know what they could be, and Miami needs everything.
Yeah, they're rebuilding.
So Miami and the Jets could pick any position. But yeah, let me painfully take Christian Miller off the board at 54. The only thing I didn't love about Christian Miller, Yuri, is he popped up out of his stance and played awfully high, and he got away with that at the college level. Like, that's why I had Grayson Halton ahead of Miller. There was something about Miller and his play style and set hut, and he just popped straight up. And I'm like, yeah, you're getting away with that, at Oklahoma, but you're not going to get away with that at the NFL. So I was still pretty high on Christian Miller, though.
Yeah, the 11% pass rush win rate, I thought was something that was undersold. I thought he had a lot of versatility to maybe stretch out to the 3 tech. And then you mentioned his ability to like engage at the point of attack. I think with like he had some very, very like high level technique. The Byron Murphy like popping his knee down onto the ground and then creating leverage by getting right back up. It was a very interesting thing that I like. One of the first things I watched from him, I'm like, wow, like that is
like anchoring, being able to anchor.
Yeah, being able to anchor by leveraging the ground itself was very, very unique. And someone I would have been more than happy with at 45, but he's gone.
Like, yeah, 54 on my board, so right in the range. Nothing's crazy has happened with my big board. And, of course, it's Raven-centric, but I can try to keep them in the same realm. It kind of surprises me, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, hard-hitting dude. If you were going to bet on him to make the first round, you were getting minus odds. So, like, if you bet $1, to that McNeil-Warren was going to pick in the first, you were only going to win, like, 40 cents off of that. So he was heavily favored to be a first-round pick is what I'm saying. He's still on the board. Anytime that happens, Ryan, I always think 2 things. Like, we don't have the medical reports.
Yeah.
I remember Tevin Jenkins is somebody I really liked. Turned out he needed surgery. Or it's like off the field stuff. And people were like, take off the field stuff for like, this guy's a bad guy and gets in trouble with the law. No, it's more than that. Like, the NFL It's got some of the hardest working athletes in the world. If you don't have that work ethic to show up every day, to be engaged in meetings, like other people are going to come for your job if you're not keeping up with your body right, you're not eating right. So when I say off the field stuff, I feel like everybody's like, oh, well, stop thinking all these guys are, troublemakers. No, it's not that. It's just that, like, you got to have that work ethic, that mentality to make it. And, sometimes players slip because of that.
Yeah, 100%. The Cowboys just traded for a linebacker with the Niners, D. Winters, headed to Dallas.
Okay.
I don't think any picks are involved, but just thought I'd share.
For free? They got him for free?
No, I don't know what they gave up. It just says the 49ers are trading linebacker D. Winters to the Cowboys. That's what Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport are saying right now.
All right, so 43, 44, 45 is 3 picks. Give me 3 guys, Yuri. I want either this guy, that guy, or the other. I can bring up the other thing if you want, bro.
If I had to go,
give me 3 players. Like, you're 3 picks away, so give me your 3.
It would be Zion Young, Brazzell, and then Brazzell. I keep messing it up. Brazzell, and then the third one would be Dennis Sutton. I know you have him higher, or you have more higher than him. He is like the true coming of like the Penn State edge rusher of like. We had OA, and then we had Isaac, but truly, I think pro ready, like Sutton was more pro ready than both those guys, and I think he could be a huge addition to our room. I would not rule out McNeil Warren. The Ravens reportedly have done some work on the safety class.
Yeah, that blows my mind. I mean, we do need another safety because Kyle is basically a joker. So you just got 2 safeties, Starks and Hawkins. You got Keandre Jackson, who did a great job. Favorite player. You can check out his highlights on my channel. It's just special teams. But, man, what an ass kicker on special teams.
Yeah, I love his mentality.
Yeah, but he didn't play any on defense last year. So if something happened to Starks or Hawkins, you don't want to move Kyle out of that joker role. So we could use another safety, but damn, second round to pick somebody sitting on the bench just don't sit right with me. So I hope McNeil Warren is not our pick. Okay, so Dolphins looks like a legend limping out to the stage there. You can always tell who used to play. Yeah, a center, Dwight Stevenson. It sounds like a rough life after football. That is.
Yeah. During it, you're doing whatever you want. As long as you don't get in trouble off the field.
Hey, second linebacker goes off the board.
Yeah.
Which is good for the Ravens. But I love the player, Jacob Rodriguez. Yuri, wax complimentary of Jacob Rodriguez because, man, what a fun player to watch he is.
Yeah, I got to see him. Whoa, Detroit just hopped us. I got to see him at the Senior Bowl, and you could tell like the one-on-one ability to match up with the running back out of the backfield was some of the best in this class. Super productive player as well.
Yeah, don't bury the lead, bro. Uncanny ability to force fumbles. Yeah. This guy, 7 forced fumbles in 14 games, and they weren't fluky. Like, I had never seen anything like it from a linebacker, Gary. Yeah.
Man, don't tell me Detroit jumped us for Zion Young. Don't tell me.
Oh,
yeah,
bro.
I am interested.
That feels so
traded
right.
Up.
Yuri, can't stand you right now, bro.
I don't see it.
We're always
pick, but I'm telling you that would be something that they would do.
We were joking last year that we can pick out a Dan Campbell player from a mile away. Like him picking the nose tackle last year blew up my big board. Like, who the hell is taking Tyleek Williams in the first round? Like, this don't. And me and Yuri were laughing. Ha, ha, ha. We can predict Dan Campbell's picks. And now Yuri said something that makes complete sense, is that he may be zeroing in on somebody else that Yuri got the close up. And you interviewed Zion at the Senior Bowl, didn't you, bro?
I did.
Well, you stood there with a camera. You asked one question. But,
I asked one question. Everyone's asking. That was okay. Backstory on that. The 2 other days where there was open to media, he did not answer any questions. He went straight to the locker room. So
I'm turning off the comments, by the way, guys. Turning off the comments because I don't want no spoilers. So
everyone asked Zion questions that day. So I wanted to be respectful of everyone else, let them get their questions in. And I just kind of sat there and recorded it because it was just I was just in awe. But
Megatron at the mic right now is going to either break our hearts or keep our dreams alive right here. If not, they pivot to a wide receiver probably.
That's what I was gonna say. If we don't go,
Okay,
edge, is the wide
wow,
receiver.
bro.
Oh,
You're going to be happy, and I'm going to
Yeah.
be happy too because my
dreams
guy
alive.
got some love. They did not take Zion Young, but they got a player that they were telling me that I was crazy and I was overrating the guy. And Derek Moore out of Michigan has been picked. So again, dude, the big board looks pretty accurate actually. But yeah, Zion Young would be my pick right here.
Yeah.
I also like Jeremy Bernard. And if you want to take a home run, maybe I'll go with either Brazzell or Deny Dennis Sutton would look good. If they want to take a corner, who knows? I can't speak on McCoy because I just don't know with his knee. Avian Terrell, maybe not the style of corner we're looking for, but an excellent player. You got Zachariah Branch Yuri, the explosive Georgia gadget type receiver who could probably do more. What are you thinking here, Ryan, before I kick it to Yuri, Ryan, what are you thinking about from a team perspective? Strictly like positional. What would you like to say?
Yeah, like we've been talking about, edge or receiver here, but I think the fact that receiver seems a little bit more crowded for me, whereas like a couple guys that I wouldn't mind, but Zion Young seems to be kind of ahead of the pack here. So I think value here at 45, I like to add that to that room. So I'd go Zion here. But edge or receiver.
You can't do it to me twice. You
don't
can't
spoil it, brother. Please don't spoil it.
No.
Okay.
I'm not.
I know
I'm
you're
just saying.
excited right now. I know you're excited.
You can't do it to me twice. If you want to pass on Ruben Bain for a guard, I get it. Protect the franchise. You can't pass on someone I like this much twice. You can't. I can't handle it if it happens twice.
So Yuri, you should have been on the channel with me more this draft season. I know you were moving, and I had all kinds of stuff going on here, but me and you are so on lockstep on this guy. He's perfect.
Well, he's perfect. He complements what they do well. We don't have anyone else that can play as a strong side edge besides Tavius. Adisa Isaac, we have no idea who that person is because he hasn't even played in an NFL game outside of like one or two here and there. And he has upside as a pass rusher. It's not. He has a disgusting long arm of all the power moves, and I think all the rushers in this class. Zion Young leads with 55% power move usage on his reps.
Right.
James Foster.
Yeah.
Put
my
that
my last column there. He keeps his pass rush simple, and he does well with it. Like think about this: 6.5 sacks in 13 games. NFL plays 17 games, so that's akin to a 8.5 sack season at the NFL level.
Yeah, so, and that's all we need. We don't need,
You're talking about an 8.5 sack guy who is just a complete butt kicker on the strong side. You can't do nothing with him. The mentality, you saw Venga today. This guy is got that same mentality. Just a no nonsense type edge player out of Missouri. So you could put 3 edge rushers on the field. If Tavius got hurt, you wouldn't have Mike Green trying to get in there and stop the run instead of attacking the quarterback. Like it just makes so much sense. Plus, Tavius is a free agent. I kind of see him being the kind of guy we keep, though, Ryan. Tavius.
I do too. Yeah, he just. They always talk about his work ethic, like to your point earlier, just like nonstop, always in the building, last one out, and just gets better every year too. I know he can work on obviously improving his pass rush game, but we don't really need to use him in that role all the time either. Especially you add somebody like this, you know what I mean? You get Zion Young in there to add to the mix, takes a little pressure off there. And I just think we'll have a nice rotation of guys too, like everybody be fresh and a lot of talent there. D-line tremendously.
Think Zadarius Smith for Ravens fans. Think of like Pernell McPhee, but a better pass rusher. This is the kind of dude Zion Young projects to be, and that's why Yuri and I are speaking so highly of him. Of course, you got the uber athletic tight end with the 45.5-inch vert. Eli Stowers is available. You got the cornerback who may have the best tape out there with the questionable knee. He did run a 4.38 at Pro Day, but you don't drop this far unless something's seriously wrong with that knee, with the kind of tape he has. You have Jeremy Bernard, my positional favorite, safe, very safe player. He's going to click with Lamar right away if he comes to Baltimore. Excellent blocker and very quick, big, quick feed, always open. You got Chris Brazzell from Tennessee. Just some of our favorites that we got pulled up here. Who's supposed to announce the pick for the Ravens? Shoot.
Mark Ingram?
Mark Ingram.
Yeah, there you go.
Big trust. Right, man. It's been a while. Okay, they're showing on TV. Eric DaCosta is shaking hands. Nobody in particular. I'm not getting any clues here.
Steve Bisciotti, I want the flashy pass rusher. Do you or do you not?
Steve is smiling. Steve's happy.
Did he get it? Did he get his flash?
No.
My TV's on commercial, so you guys.
So I didn't see like the offensive coaches celebrating extra hard or the defensive
Okay,
coaches. I was looking, Yuri.
Please,
I was looking, Ryan.
Please.
I'm ready for Big Trust to come up and do his hand signals.
Oh,
and all
yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah.
Do his yep, or his yerp.
Man.
There he is. He is coming on stage now on my TV, Mr. Mark Ingram, and it looks like he's got an iridescent type purple look to him. He's bringing out some girls' flag football news. I think flag football is now an official sport in Maryland for girls' sport. So you got a few young ladies, actually like 10 young ladies holding the banner, girls' flag. Mark is talking. Shocker. Mark Ingram is talking.
They're going to do some ridiculous here, aren't they? There's no way.
Yeah, let's get serious. Let's get serious.
Come on.
Yeah,
man.
Mark is definitely talking. Okay. It looks good though. Mark always looks good. Looks like he's announcing it. Come on, baby. Come on. Give us a playmaker. Okay, David's just reading again. So yeah. If he just started reading, you're about 8 minutes away from the pick. So
you're a little ahead of me too, so just let us know.
Hey, what's one of your favorite Bob Marley songs, Yuri? Iron,
I don't know.
Go.
Lion from Zion.
Let's go.
We got the
Let's
Iron
go.
Lion from Zion. The most violent edge defender in the draft, period. Huddle It Up film stamped. I don't usually make statements like this, but this is one violent human being on the football field. Relentless, physical, perfect mold for a strong side defender. You want a chaos causer in the role of Max Crosby. Of course, Max Crosby is an excellent all-pro, maybe future Hall of Fame player, but he causes chaos. They're showing some Senior Bowl clips from when Mr. Yuri was there on that field watching Zion Young dominate competition from there. You see the 16 and a half tackles for loss last year. His bull rush should play right away. His long arm, hand, strong swipe, lateral quickness. He's able to cross you up with a little bit of a jab step and cross your face too. Like he's got some quickness to his game. He had 6.5 sacks in 13 games. So a sack every other game or a half sack every game, however you want to look at it. He keeps his pass rush simple. He's got room to grow, but the Ravens got themselves a bad man on the edge to pair with Mike Green and new Raven, Trey Hendrickson. You got to love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's a massive upgrade, man. We're getting to the quarterback this year.
The Ravens set out this offseason to try and fix the issues they had last year. And the two biggest issues that plagued us were offensive pass protection and being able to get after the quarterback. Not only does Zion Young have the ability to get after the quarterback, you talked about being able to cross his face, the long arm, his ability to create leverage with his length. He does have 33-inch arms, which isn't the smallest, it isn't the biggest, but he plays way bigger than arm size suggests. He is a true face eater against the run. He will engage pullers at the point of attack and demolish them. He creates his own. He creates his own momentum at the point of attack. So much so that the guys that are coming, he can dislodge and displace easily. Awesome pick. Like Jason said, I got to see him at the Senior Bowl, and I was just enamored. I was just enamored by watching him line up in a 4-point stance and go out there. He loves football. He loves punishing other people, and I think the theme of the first 2 picks is the Ravens want to get better in the trenches, and they want guys they're going to finish. And they got 2 absolutely dominating finishers. So I'm excited, and I'm happy. I want to go line up in the 4-point stance and run through my door.
Yeah, don't do
Let's
that. Or
go.
do that. We got another guest coming on soon. So if you want to, no, you waited too long. Ryan, speak on it. You already touched on it. They talked about
Yeah.
building these trenches. They talked about not ignoring the trenches. This is not your, dare I say, John Harbaugh Ravens anymore. It's new era
No, they're-
Ravens.
Yeah, everything feels new, man. And they're addressing the exact problems. I also wonder, like, you think Eric DaCosta, because he's obviously the one that makes a lot of these decisions, you think he's like just regretting a couple of his previous decisions, or the new coaching staff has that much influence that they're fine tuning the direction a little bit? Because I heard him even talk last night when he took Benga. He's like, the coach, like, we had a lot of cool options there that were interesting, but like the coaches were screaming for it. And I was like, I wonder how much of like Minter and the staff's influence on DaCosta to shape this to the way that they want, which clearly is, build trenches first, which is how football's won anyway. So should have never been opposite of that, but I'm happy to invest. How do you think the rotation looks like then? Like where's Zion playing? When is he playing? When's Mike Green playing? Like, how do you think the rush plays out?
So I have a strong feeling about this. I think when it's first down and 10 and the other team comes out with 2 tight ends, we're in our base run defense, 1st and 10, at the other team's 20. Or if it's the red zone, say, and they're bringing big people out, you're going to have Tavius Robinson on the strong side as your starter. And you'll probably have Trey Hendrickson on the other side because he's going to play a ton of snaps. And what that rotation will look like is 3rd drive of the game. We're going to give Tavius a rest because maybe Tavius is sliding inside on pass rush downs and stuff. That's where you see Zion brought in. You could see he doesn't have to play a ton of snaps right away. But I think to answer your question, Ryan, they're going to play Trey Hendrickson a lot. I kind of feel like even on first down, you're not just going to bring out strict run defenders. And then when it's the beautiful part about this is when it's 3rd and 12, you'll have Trey Hendrickson on one side, Mike Green on the other, if he's progressing, and maybe a Tavius Robinson on the inside with maybe a Nnamdi Madubuike on the inside.
Let's go.
So we have the ability to get light or get heavy now on that inside. Samuel, love you. Let's go, bro. Let's go, Samuel.
Let's go. Yeah, these 2 picks, man, it is a great start. Great start.
And looking at Jesse Minter's defense from last year, they rotated Owe and Mac and Tuli Tuipulotu.
Yeah,
Close enough.
Tuipulotu.
There you go. By the end of the night, I will pronounce these Hawaiian and Samoan and Pacific Island names correct. But all those guys had an impact.
Oh no, dude! I'm sorry. Now the Ravens got my positional favorite in Zion Young, so I'm really high on this. They don't draft my positional favorites often. They can draft anybody. Now the Steelers get my positional favorite in Jeremy Bernard. I'm going to bring it up one more time. So Yuri, please finish your thoughts because I want to hear them, but also go right into Bernard for me and what the Steelers are getting.
So just the rotation that Minter had with his top 3 players, all those guys got run, all those guys had production. And then you add in the fact that I think the versatility of Zion Young, who can also reduce inside on 3rd down. Those smaller guards in the NFL, he's going to abuse. And you can find matchups to put him over those players. So I think that you can see a rotation of him working in with Tavius on 2nd and 1st down and really being able to give the Ravens an edge setter, as well as versatility that Mike Green does not have to do what he did last year. And like we were limiting Mike Green so much, just trying to ask him to be a run defender. And then straight into Bernard. I think like it always to me is funny, like Fatanu years prior was like a favorite of mine. He goes to the Steelers. It always seems like now They're starting to get guys that we like and we
Derek
identify
Harmon. Derek
Yep,
Harmon would have
Derek
looked real
Harmon, guys
nice.
that we identify as Ravens fits. So they love guys that can block. The Steelers do, and we'll see who their quarterback is, who's going to throw to him. But he's definitely going to be a friendly option, as Jason's pointed out to him.
Ryan, give us your recap here, please. Need to hear from you. You have a lot of people on the stream. Thank you to all of Ryan. Do you have a nickname for your? Because I have my football family. Do you have a nickname for your people who? All right, so all of the rundown crowd.
Yeah,
and they are here in effect, bro. Thank you guys for tuning in. Ryan, take it away, brother. Take it away.
With Bernard or just in general?
Nah, man, just how are you feeling, man? Like
dude, I'm
you're
feeling
used to talking by yourself.
Yeah,
here, so
no, yeah.
Go for it, bro.
No, I'm feeling good, man. We couldn't get off to a better start here. I like that we took, I think, best player available in the second round as well with Zion Young, and it fills a need. So we're going, high value, quality player, premier players, but also filling needs at the same time. So that's a really nice balance. I guess my head is now automatically turning to, are we drafting a center in the third round tonight? I guess that's kind of where my head's at right now. And what do you think of that center competition, right? Because just because we're drafting, I know there's a lot of the centers are mid-round centers in this draft. So did they sign so many depth guys to compete there? Well, obviously they're going to compete, but do you think that they're leaning towards letting one of these rookies start, or is it just pure open competition? Like, hey man, we got a lot of depth on this offensive line. We signed Danny Pinner and Jovan Gwynn as guys that can just go in there and compete too. And we're going to draft a rookie center and let everybody battle it out. Or do you think that they have their eyes on a starter?
I kind of have strong feelings about this. They always seem to have one position where there's some sort of competition. It wouldn't shock me that at pick 80, I think we really need an offensive playmaker, just because Likely's gone, Hopkins is not back, and someone needs to fill that void of explosive after the catch. I know Flowers does it. I know Tez is more your burner. I know Bateman's more of a hit the yard marker type of player. I think at pick 80, it wouldn't shock me that they're kind of looking more towards that offensive playmaker, and maybe they come back on pick 115 and they just get a center, be like, hey. I feel like if you take a center at 80, you're committed to him. He's going to start. Mm-hmm. You spend a third round pick on him. But if you spent a fourth round pick on him, then you can kind of open it up to an open competition where it's him, and then it's Pinter, and then it's Bullock, all competing for that spot. Bullock, let the best man win. And then if the center doesn't win, you're not, he's your backup, and having a fourth round center as a backup is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. No, I like that plan. I think with that being the only hole now on the offensive line too, it doesn't feel as bad. You know what I mean? Going into this offseason with not having a guard as well. If we wouldn't have went guard in first round, I would have been a little bit more concerned about the overall interior. But I think we could wait as well there. Is there who are you eyeing up receiver for the third round then, since we're already picked here? I guess Brazzell's still there. We got Chris Bell, injury concerns, right?
Yeah, I think Lance and Ted Hurst are the two I'm eyeing up the most, just because of the raw explosiveness of both of them. Obviously, they're both not the high-end schools, North Dakota State and Georgia. I think Georgia State as well. So there is that question about competition, but in terms of athleticism and yards after the catch and guys that could potentially profile as X, I think those are the ones I'm looking at. There's a couple tight end options that wouldn't surprise me. You have Stowers, who's explosive. You have Justin Jolie, who is also explosive. Trigg, another one, even though he didn't test great on tape, he was another guy. I think they need a dynamic playmaker to add into that group, because as much as I love Tez Walker because he went to the good North Carolina University, a playoff game going into Kansas City, and he's your second most explosive player on the team. I like it, but I think they need one more diverse skill set, and ideally it's the next style receiver.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And the way the wide receiver room is right now, we really can't afford an injury at all.
Yeah.
Like I think it's super thin. So I mean, there's almost no way that we can't add a weapon. I just don't know how high they're going to draft one, because that does matter. Every time I feel like we draft a receiver later, we don't develop them as well. But we got a new coaching staff, so I got to toss that out the window. I can't be coming in with these same thoughts and tendencies that we used to have.
Yeah, you definitely have to place a little bit of faith into them. Give them the benefit of the doubt
Until proven otherwise. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, until they give them their ball of clay and let them show that they can at least mold. So.
Yeah, Avion Terrell corner goes to the Falcons.
That's a pretty cool fit to go play with your brother in the NFL. I think that's cool.
That is sick.
And just on Terrell as a player, the 4.6 40 is probably why he's here. 40-yard dash is like a very indicative thing of how well corners translate to the next level. But you can mitigate that by maybe moving him into more of a slot role, as Jason mentioned. But the playmaker, Avion Terrell, I'm sure Jason will pull up the graphic whenever he gets back, but forced fumbles, he has a complete knack for. Like, he will punch the ball out. Truly Marlon Humphrey-like forced fumble skills from remember the 2020 season where he was forcing fumbles left and right.
Yeah.
Playmaker on the ball, aggressive against the run, plays a lot bigger than his size indicates at 5'11", but he is, there you go, 8 forced fumbles in his career, 25 pass breakups. So a guy that his instincts are going to more than likely make up for the lack of his true speed at the next level.
Panthers just traded into the next spot too, so they're on the clock now. Pick 49.
I feel like they moved up. Maybe, well, I don't see them jumping the Jets for Stowers, but there was the rumor of them going Sadiq right in the first round, and then, or not the rumor, but like everyone mocked them Sadiq. So it wouldn't shock me if the Panthers came up here for that player or Brazzell. If they think the receiver run is going to happen and they just want to. I'll say this. I feel good about an offensive player for Bryce Young to throw to. I think that's probably what they moved up for.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see who it is.
Appreciate you guys. Just updating the graphics. Saw the Avion.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah. So they take the big nose tackle.
Oh, is that who they went? I didn't come. Oh, yep, Lee Hunter.
Okay, I will try not to spoil it.
No, you're good, dude. Yeah, you're just a tiny bit ahead. I don't know why mine's behind. It's all good. Because I could see it on Twitter 10 minutes ago if I wanted to.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I think it's because I have a dumb TV.
No, you're good, man. Yeah, Lee Hunter to Carolina. So they don't go offense; they go trenches.
Yeah, what's up with that take, Yuri? What's up with that take?
I don't know. I guess Bryce Young's just throwing to Ted again, and whoever else he's going to throw to. But
Yuri, did you forget to pay the light bill? What happened there?
I know. I was waiting for you to come back so I can go and turn my light on and not leave Ryan by himself.
Oh, it's getting dark out there. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
All right. My fault, bro. I might have to give up on the ticker. It's just going too fast for me. So I updated the ticker. I was, trying to get some stuff done, but I just couldn't be happier with the trenches. The
start. Yeah, no, the start of this draft's amazing, man.
So to go back to something I had been thinking about is, I mentioned yesterday, ever since we let Kevin Zeitler go, over a lousy $6 million.
Yeah, it wasn't even fully 6, because then you're paying like Fa'alele like 4, so it's really 2. It's like a $2 million difference. You would have to pay 2 more.
It was 6, and then even if you replace him with the minimum salary, Ryan, that player makes say $1 million.
Yeah.
So like you would save $5 million at the most,
which isn't even the cap hit either. It's like lower than that. It's nothing.
Ever since they did that, they have gone this extremely cheap route at guard. Almost like,
Yep.
yeah, we'll invest in the center. Sure, we'll first round pick.
They
Were
didn't even
probably going to
invest
pay.
in guard. They like had a project. Like Faalele was a tackle that they just like were like, oh, we're gonna convert him into guard and then like force it to work for 2 full seasons. That's what really bothered me. I don't even mind taking the chance on that. You know what I mean? Like cool, try it out. Like, but 2 full seasons without like any type of switch. We had a rotation with Voorhees, you know what I mean? But like they would not rotate on the other side. So I'm glad that's over. I don't want to keep being negative about the past.
The philosophical switch, though. Okay, so they go from we're investing in Ronnie Stanley, we're investing in right tackle with a second round pick. We got investing in center in the first round pick. They were probably going to pay Linderbaum $20 million if the Raiders.
Yeah, I think they offered him 22.
And then what their philosophy is we'll just get the cheapest guards possible, and we'll rely on our center and our 2 tackles to make up for this crappy, average guard play. We'll get average guard play. That's all we need. Well, for 2 years, that has doomed the Ravens in the worst of times. And now to see that philosophical switch to where they're finally willing to invest in the guard position, not saying, hey, we'll just invest in the tackles, we'll invest in center, but these guards, give me Ben Powers, give me Tyree Phillips, give me Ben Cleveland, give me Pat McCary, give me Faalele, give me anybody to play guard, and we'll be fine. No, we weren't fine. And to see us invest in that, and then again to double down on the edge rushers, it's a big man's game. Now we're looking for a center, we're looking for a skill player, tight end, wide receiver. We can go fancy with the next, pick in a draft that is full of tight ends and full of receivers. So I really like our starts here, and that's not just being the homer, dude. That's how I feel. Yeah.
No, this is a great start. I'm definitely with you. I don't know how early we go center, but I definitely would like to get a skill position, whether that be a tight end that can catch some balls or a wide out, because that wide out room is just too thin. I like the potential of everybody, and like I said earlier, we don't have any longevity there. You know what I mean? Like there's nobody outside of Zay. Probably, I'm sure a deal's going to get done at some point, and we got him 2 more years, but what's the future of the receiver room look like? It doesn't hurt to continue to add to that.
Yeah, Bateman, of course. Opinions are all over the place on him.
I love him as a talent, and but I'm just saying, what if he has another year where it's in and out of the lineup and the production's not there? Like that's not a long-term answer at this point. I know potentially he can have a 24 season again. We've seen it. You know what I mean? We've watched him. Dude can run routes. Dude can do everything, but consistently needs to stay on the field and be engaged consistently, and for the offense to feed him the ball a little bit more. You know what I mean? We were definitely hitting Zay a ton last year, and I don't know. Last year was a nightmare all the way around, but Jets get Pons.
Yeah. Slot corner only at 5'8". Again, the Ravens play Kyle Hamilton in the slot. So he was lower on my board than, he would be on other teams' board, but outstanding, energetic player. Saw a lot of Ravens fans hollering for Pons, but, I tried to explain to them, we play 3 safeties. Like, we don't have a slot corner. Keon's that guy, when we need it for 5 snaps a game. So unless you're confident a 5'8" guy can hang on the outside, he wasn't a fit for the Ravens this year, because you need Kyle around that line of scrimmage.
I did think that in certain schemes, like the Rams quarters heavy scheme, that the stress of your outside corner needing to be big and physical is definitely reduced. So I did see a fit, not in the Ravens sense, but just in the NFL wide sense, that maybe he can be like Durant for the Rams, and McDuffie, who is played some outside at Kansas City, but I wouldn't be shocked to see McDuffie maybe take more of an outside role on a scheme that's a little more friendly to him. So I thought something with Pons was that he has the competitiveness and the athleticism to stick on the outside, and then maybe the scheme can help elevate that a little bit.
I mean, do you realize how good of a football player you have to be 5'8", a buck, whatever he is, and to be, one of the leaders on the national championship team? mean, think about that. Think about your guy in your neighborhood or yourself being 5'8" and being one of the baddest men on the field at the highest levels of college football. That's how great, I'll say great, of a football player Pons is. It's just, like Yuri said, scheme fit. Maybe he can play on the outside, but would you trust Pons guarding T. Higgins at 6'4"? Like it's tough. Like the NFL's a different beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. I love D'Angelo Pons. I got a lot of crap during this draft season for having him so low. But again, it's just a fit thing. The Ravens are a 3 safety nickel team, so it's just a scheme thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, weapons. What I'm looking for, the balance of a weapon and the center. So that's kind of like, let's go offense again. The centers in this draft, Sam Heck, my number 1 center. Consensus top 2, 3 center in this. He does a little bit of everything well. Logan Jones, undersized center, but a weapon in the run game. He is another one. Trey Zune, the left tackle for Texas A&M. Great football player. I mean, he handled left tackle duties in the SEC. He has also played some center, so it's not a total projection as Jake Golday goes to the Vikings. So Trey Zune is another one. And a name I keep seeing among Ravens circles, Jake Slaughter from Florida. Interesting dude. Jack of all trades, maybe master of none, but you can't push him around like some of the smaller centers in the league. Is he the most mobile? No, but he can move. Does he move people? No, but he's hard to move himself. So Jake Slaughter, an experienced center out of Florida would be another choice. So you got, and then Connor Lew, all coming off the ACL tear, probably would have been a top 2 center in this draft. So you got Sam Heck, Logan Jones, Trey Zune, Jake Slaughter, Connor Lew, all options at the center position. And then these guys down here, Yager Burton, Brian Parker, Parker Brailsford, all options at center. So to me, Yuri, it just seems like, what do the Ravens like? How many of these guys do they like? Is there one that sticks out that they're going to have to take at 80? Or can they wait to pick 115?
Yeah, I think that if there's one that really sticks out, and there's one that they like, then chances are they'll take them there at 80. But just to touch on the centers and prospects themselves, you hit it on the head with Slaughter. Like, day one of all these centers, who do I think can line up against Dexter Lawrence and not get embarrassed? To me, it's him. I think he has the pass protection anchor to be able to handle himself against bigger opponents. He's also I think of all those players, center, he's 6'6", so he's the biggest. And then you talk about someone like Brailsford, who's the complete opposite. He's probably the smallest in terms of pure size, but
I saw you giving him love on Twitter, by the way, and he's my positional favorite, Yuri Brailsford.
Yeah, if you're looking good.
I was going to say he's too small for some people, so, but
right.
he's awesome. Like, he's a great football player.
Right. And if you're looking to replace Linderbaum and his ability to climb the level 2 and work the screen game and be able to really, like, he gets the level 2 and he's like picking guys off, picking off the smaller corners and the smaller linebackers and decleating those guys. And he'd be another guy that would be an interesting fit for us. But there's plenty of options. And if they wait till 115 or take him at 80, I don't think I have a strong feeling either way.
So what do fans, I say, no, I'll take it back, Ryan. What do the Ravens feel like about Corey Bullock? Because this one confuses me, and I feel like it could go one of two ways. One, which I think is the most likely, is the coaches have seen Corey Bullock. They saw his practice tape, that kind of thing. And Dwayne Ledford and Declan Doyle are like, Corey Bullock don't fit this scheme. He's going to, you'll invite him to training camp, but that's not our starting center. The other is the opposite, where they're like, bro, why wasn't this guy playing center? He could be our center of the future. Let's not draft a center. Let's just roll with Corey Bullock as the center. So, like, to me, it's like all or nothing. The signing of Pinter as the backup is like, okay, well, we got a backup center. We paid for one. Where does that leave Mr. Bullock?
Yeah, I feel like, obviously we're about to find out depending on, because I agree with what Yuri said. If we draft a center at 80, they love a guy. and like that guy's probably in the lead. But if we wait, draft a center fourth or one of the many fifth-round picks that we have, if we're drafting a center a lot later, I truly think that they don't even know who the center is going to be, and it's just like, let's compete, let's learn this personnel throughout the offseason and let these guys battle it out. And by these guys, I mean Bullock, I mean Pinter, I mean whoever we draft tonight. Jovan Gwynn's another guy that's in the mix that Dwayne Ledford obviously likes. He didn't play much, but you wouldn't have brought him over from Atlanta if there wasn't something there as some kind of depth. Not to say he's going to start, but I'm just saying, I think they're bringing in a lot of competition here, which to me leans that they're just going to let them all battle it out and that they don't really know. So I think Bullock could be in the mix if he earns it, but let the best man win.
Debonair, Dev, Pantswa, Russell Street
What's up,
Report.
man?
My
What's
partner. Man. Love you so much, Dev. Thanks for checking in. Did you get the little man okay? How'd that go?
He's a wily guy. I got the monitor on. He has a car that he sleeps with. He threw the car out of the crib like 3 times. I told him not to, but
Oh boy.
of course, if I told him not to, that's the wrong move in the first place. But I'm on. Might have to hop here and there, but I'll be on, I think, the duration of this show, and I'm very excited to join with my guy Ryan. Just love your content from afar.
I appreciate
and then Yuri, Yuri, we chop this up every draft season. So I'm excited because I joined you guys for your guy. I just missed out on it all but Chris did let me watch the pick, so I got to give him credit. He let me watch that pick, so I'm happy with that. But I missed out on all the fun.
Glad you're
here now. You're here now, Dev.
Yes.
I want to hear you wax philosophic for a second because it's a while to the Ravens pick again. I'm gonna be updating the big board, but we didn't get your thoughts yesterday on the pick of Olavenga Ioane and Zion Young, who, man, you've had to deal with me talking about the man most of the last 2 months. So what about this Ravens, dude? It seems like a little bit of change of philosophy here. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. What do you think about the Ravens' first 2 picks?
It's exactly what I was hoping for. And if you take the draft and then extend it to free agency where they picked up Hendrickson, right? They signed John Simpson. So that tells they've addressed the trenches 100%. And they've just totally pinpointed like a laser with these 2 picks. But it also, I mean, with Venga, we all knew that made a lot of sense. That seemed to fit the profile. They could have taken this other pick here in a different direction and just said, all right, we did address the trenches. We got our guy with the first pick, but let's get a tight end. Let's get a receiver. Let's get a corner. I mean, McCoy could have easily been the pick in a way if they wanted to take a risk. But I love that they came back and then yet again fortified the trenches. And he's one of my favorite players as well, Young, that is. So just think he was exactly what they would have needed in the mix to do the things that Jesse Minter wants to do on defense. Line up, play the run with their front 4, and play lighter boxes, right, with that down front. We saw what McDonald did last year with that group and needed it from that group. And so it made a ton of sense. It's just I'm applauding them for identifying that this was an area that they needed to solve, and they just went and attacked it full bore. That's my take, though.
Dev, coming right back to you because our guy Jeremiah, always love you, brother. Thank you for all your support. He says, he bringing this up, feels better on passing on Bain now. J-Dub loved the Bain idea. But look, the options were, if you want to look at it, they could have got Bain and Pregnon still on the board. So if they wanted to go edge guard, it could have been Bain, Pregnon. Instead, they get Vega and Zion. Now, to me, I'm a Vega and Zion guy just because you're getting 2 higher level prospects. Like Vega, greater than Pregnon. Of course, Bain is greater than Zion, but I like the difference. I like the way the Ravens did it better, Dev.
I do. It's so funny that I was thinking about the entire time. I was thinking about Mike Green in this equation. The time, as much as we were talking about that they passed on Bain, that was planted in my head as you cannot make that assessment without also factoring in Mike Green from last year. So like this completes the circle all the way because Young complements Mike Green's game and they got the better guard. So, and I know Yuri, you were, we had that discussion a bit on Twitter about Bain and going for him over Venga. Like, where did you end up landing now that they got Young? Does that make up for it in that combination that Jason outlined? I think that's a good call.
Yeah, it definitely makes up for it. In my eyes, I really thought they were going to go some. I mean, I internally had identified, Zion as a red star and thought he's the perfect complement to what the Ravens have in that pass rush room, as you pointed out. But I just thought, man, like there's no way he's going to be there at 45. And if he was, guys like Stowers or another offensive player would have been the draft selection. But when you take that Venga was the no doubt was the best guard prospect in this class, and then I had Zion Young, I think 16th or 17th on our Raven-centric big board. That balances out a little bit more than where Pregnon was and where Bain was. I think in the long run, I'm happy about it. And I am a little greedy, though, so I'm going to hope they come back here at 80 and maybe take one more little stab at some of the guys that we've highlighted throughout the draft process. Another one of that being Holton. I'd be very excited if the Ravens just kept throwing picks at it and kept trying to throw ammunition at the issue. But just to get back to the point of the two players, I'm with Jason. I'm with you. I think the combination of Young and Venga has me excited because they're physical. If you can't preach physicality and have not physical. Cassius Howell and Fano, I guess you could say, would be the opposite end of those two guys that are athletic and more finesse. But if they want to preach physicality, they finally invested in the players that fit that.
Yeah, good points. You want to throw anything in there, Ryan?
I just love the way the board's falling. We don't have to move. It seems like, positions of need and value are lining up here. Obviously, we could have flip-flopped there and went Bain Pregnon, and I guess we won't know for a few years how exactly like which decision works out better. But I'm happy with the way it is, and I just like that we really are filling the needs and getting arguably best player available at that spot too. So it's kind of like really the board's really falling for us here.
That's a good point too, and that's where I was at with Young, and I'm like, I don't know, it was 10 picks away, and I just felt it. I'm like, it's going to be him. The way this is breaking, but it was also he was above and beyond the best player. Like there's somebody that actually I just saw on Twitter before I hopped on, liked a tweet of mine from 3 weeks ago where I said there was no chance that they would be able to get Young. Like I was like, this guy is the perfect player fit, all that, but they're not going to be able to get him. As I thought he was a definite end of first round player. So yeah, exactly like you said. It lines up both ways. Best player available, and you're addressing a need. So I just and like they're ass kickers. All these guys are just ass kickers. Even like I don't love John Simpson. Believe me, I don't. I know that there's problems with John Simpson, but one thing I can feel good about is he's going to go in there and mix it up. Like
John Simpson's going to kick your ass.
Yeah, and it's just when you take the entirety of this offseason, you take the roster construction, they have like it's what was brought up at the top. I think they have what Jason brought up. They're very intentional right now in terms of adding physicality, but guys that want to actually hurt you and get after you, right? Like that mentality that's been missing in the trenches. Oh, there's our guy
catching up on the picks.
Yeah, man. Caught up on the picks.
Okay.
Stowers just went to Philly.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's a good fit. I can see that.
Dallas Goedert gone.
Younger Dallas Goedert.
Yeah. I see my ladies in the house. Tila, great seeing you. And the old work wifey Dev is here. Work wifey, always shows up to hold it down.
Oh
doesn't she?
yeah, always comes through.
And just one last point on Bane and Pregnon versus the other two. Being pessimistic of my own belief of that is that Bane is an outlier physically. The shorter arms and the off the field stuff, and then you add in that Pregnon is older, and the Ravens have their formula where the younger player is ending up being more developed in the long run. So just kind of doing a little bit of self scouting there of liking Bane so much and having the scenario play out where they go Bane and Pregnon. It would certainly be against what normal analytics say works out in the draft.
So I see a lot of wide receiver talk here and center talk. And to me, that's where the Ravens are going to go next, either wide receiver or center. I think the tight ends, look at the tight ends. Only 2 have been taken through the first 54 picks. This is a deep tight end draft as far as like, the guys in the orange and above for every position are guys that the Ravens should be on the Ravens' immediate draft board. Like those are the guys that you target. They're going to be 250 some picks usually. But you don't need 250 some names to draft. You're really trying to target, a smaller pool of players. Me this year, I think that number was 126. But look at all those tight ends in the orange or above. They are there. So we can wait to the 4th round if we wanted to get a tight end. Wide receiver might be last call. We're a little light at wide receiver. We have 2 openings with D-Hop still unsigned and Tylan Wallace going to Todd Monken's Browns. We now have Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion. Uncle Todd, bro. I don't know if you missed that, Dev, but he got his Zay Flowers yesterday, and he got big old Denzel Boston today.
They're cleaning up. They're having a great draft. That kind of annoys me, but Boston. We talked about Boston a ton too.
Yeah,
Concepcion, Boston.
Yeah,
they've totally utterly like rehauled that offense, and they have a lot of I'm sure that, pieces have to come together. You can't always think like when you take rookies, they need time to come together, and we have to see if it comes together. But like you said, with Uncle Todd now, he's got a lot to work with, and they did a good job with their picks.
And off topic here, but I'm wondering. We know with Jamal McCoy, it's a knee injury that was worse than the public knew about, so he's up there on my board. But Emmanuel Neil Warren, Dev, somebody we heard a lot about during the draft process. We weren't in the market for safeties, but people had McNeil Warren ahead of Thieneman, and he's still on the board. So I'm questioning whether there's either an injury or work habits. Maybe his coaches didn't recommend him. Something, off the field, say, that's causing McNeil Warren to slip. Other than that, man, the big board looks really clean. Really clean.
Just had a big trade. Not Ravens related, but the Vikings are sending Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Greenard to the Eagles in exchange for number 98 tonight and a 3rd round pick next year. And they just signed him to a 4-year, $100 million extension.
Did you guys see that slipped from an Eagles insider that this was a few days before the draft, and that was out there?
I did see it floating out there that it's going to happen, but yeah, it's like flooding in now, so it's official.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Maybe he was doing a Rossini.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Not
Sorry, I was due for one. I've been well behaved here. We got Ryan's flock rundown guys with us, so I was trying to behave. Yakis goes off the board, Yuri. I know you like Gabe Yakis. A lot of people did. He was the only threat really on that Illinois defense, and he just kept producing, dude. And I respect Gabe Yakis for that. Not the most physically gifted guy, but you got to respect Gabe Yakis. He goes before Denai Sutton or Denai Dennis Sutton.
That's a New England type player too.
Yeah.
I feel like just fits the profile pretty well.
Love you too, Samuel. By the way, Dev, did you
Appreciate
see today that Venga is the youngest of 9? Venga said that in his press conference. They said they used to beat the hell out of him. In fact, I think he dropped a couple of bombs.
Hey, Samuel got some competition then, but
he's got competition. I told him he should ask
pump out another kid.
Yeah, if she's got one more if she's willing to, give him the blessing of one more, he might end up being a 320-pound Polynesian guard, bro. You never know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
or
the
or not
most
a
blessed
Polynesian.
man I know, Samuel Moore.
Yes.
Love you, brother. Thank you for letting me make fun, make light of the situation there, man. I had to get Dev up to speed. But yeah, that Venga press conference, Ryan,
Awesome.
dude, this
Oh,
is the
that's good.
intangible. If you look at Venga, and I mentioned this with Dev, you look at his temperament and just the way he goes about, very businesslike, very serious, and then you compare him to somebody I was not high on, as much as consensus, and Spencer Fano doesn't really have a position. Really happy to be there, likable team captain. Hi, I'm Spencer Fano.
Were you surprised he was the first lineman taken?
No, because people loved him.
Yeah.
And I just didn't want to spend the 14th pick on a guy where I didn't know where his best spot was. But what I was getting at is personality-wise, both
Big
Venga
difference.
and Zion Young are down to business.
Oh yeah,
bro.
yeah.
It's
contagious too, man. That helps everybody. Like imagine Venga's, on the offensive line just mauling people with that attitude. It's just contagious. Like if I don't know where he's gonna play exactly, probably right guard, right? But like it's gonna rub off on Roger. Like there's no way you don't have that you don't share some of that same mindset when you got a guy like that playing next to you with that mentality.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. I think that permeated throughout that line last year, like the just lack of that mentality, right? And you could see Linderbaum was really, really affected by it. Like
looking around, like what do I do, man? Like there's too many people that aren't doing their job and also playing with that nastiness we need.
Yeah, so there's that, and then you got the coaching aspect, right? You're just transfusing. You're going from remedial to like a master's class. I'm sorry, I will be taking a shot at Orhop. It's just the combination of the two. If they do come out with a center in round 3, I mean, I don't think it's as much of a necessity now to get that center. You guys were when I hopped on, you're talking about Bullock, and the funny part is I completely forgot that he was even. I was like, I even forgot he was a thing. But yeah, I mean, if they come out of this with Pincher, Bullock, and they sign, this was thrown out there. Cushenberry was the name that came up a lot. But he's recovering from, I think, an ACL. Like maybe you take a flyer on him, but I'm not saying it's ideal. And you could probably still take a guy in the 4th round, right? Like I'm not saying it's ideal. Just saying if they do like a tight end, they like a receiver, I'm feeling a lot better about the mix and because of the coaching upgrade. So that's another thing to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I think the coaching is a huge point. I mean, obviously there's an unknown aspect there, but I'm excited about the potential of it. You know what I mean? Everybody's extremely high on Dwayne Ledford and what he brings, and I would have to imagine it's an upgrade. So you're merging talent upgrade with players, and then also a massive coaching upgrade. So I think that should lead to some more consistent play and some success on the field, right? That's
I don't know what excites you guys, but this picture excites me.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful, man. I love his mindset. He's got that confidence because he knows he can just move everybody.
Yeah, it's okay. But the beauty, and this was Jason going back to what you pointed out, as Monken had Simpson as his move guy in 2023. He was laying guys out when he had the chance. He was laying guys out. We know that's what Vega wants to do as well. It's almost like who's gonna lay somebody. They might have like their own little game going. Like who's gonna put somebody out. And I love that. Like, and it gets back to also something that kind of slipped a little bit for me in my thought processes yesterday. As I was gathering my thoughts on this pick, what it means, but it bubbled back up, which is the AFC North football side of it too, right?
Yeah.
Just this
cold
is
weather
AFC
in general.
North football.
Cold weather in general. Yeah.
I mean, the Ravens were definitely doing damage in 2024. They were able to run the ball. They were able to do what they wanted, and they got back to some of that at the end of last season. I'm not saying they didn't. Like they did a good job of coming back to that. It's just, but you always had the sense that they weren't overpowering when they did that. They always did it schematically. They did it with the talent that was there, like guys were hitting. I mean, they did it with smoke and mirrors a little bit. I know our guy Chris has said that a lot too. Like they kind of trick you with the player, like talent, Lamar, all those factors that combines to be able to open up those holes. They now have guys that can create that, and you marry that with what Doyle and Ledford will probably do schematically. It's just, I think,
By the way,
much better.
Dev, Emory Jones, mean demeanor too, like
too
really nasty type dude. So like, I'm bringing up Matt H's point here. I have a feeling the Ravens are going to turn Venga into a center. To me, Matt, that would be a complete waste. Like to me, Venga is your right guard. You want him pass protecting against the best 3 techs in the league. If you understand, for those of you who don't understand schematics, the 3 tech usually in most fronts are going to line up over your right guard and cause havoc. That's your Matabikes. So you want Venga at right guard to block the Matabikes, the explosive type 3 techs in the league. But there's rumors out there that maybe Emory Jones could be an option at center. Man, the Ravens have a lot of choices. So that's why I'm kind of feeling with this 3rd round pick. I feel like weapon. I'm starting to lean towards skip the center. Go get yourself a wide receiver, or go get yourself a tight end.
Another tight end came off the board. Nate.
Yeah, first wild card of the draft here, Yuri, really, Nate Burkhardt of Texas A&M, who I was actually a little bit higher on, but still, dude, he had a hard time making it into the blue. Like, he wasn't one of those orange or above that I said, hey, we need to target a lot of tight ends that you would take over Burkhardt. It was like a projected 5th, 6th round guy.
Yeah, I really thought Delp was someone that the Jaguars would take, but it seems like they're always good for one wild card. I feel like every year we're like thinking about the team that does something off script, and it feels like it always ends up being the Jaguars. But just the touch on him, I got to watch him a couple of games, and I thought that his upside as a receiver was a lot less than some of the other guys ahead of him, like Jolie and Trigg. And I thought he was
not you, Yuri. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like,
come on, Augusto. Let's not put the pressure on Unc. Let's not put the pressure on Unc.
Yeah,
you never know who's gonna pop on, though. You never know. Go ahead, Yuri. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought his blocking ability was one of the more impressive things about him. I thought he was great at the point of attack. Excuse me. Being able to drive block, angle block, and then I thought that his receiving ability showed a little more to be wanted, to warrant a 2nd round pick. But
so Yuri, Logan Jones, center off the board.
Center's going already.
The Iowa center, very good mover. He's one of the centers, like a lot of them, that are undersized and get walked back into the quarterback. Nose tackles are going to walk him back to the quarterback like they did Linderbaum. I mean, this is a 2nd round pick. This isn't a Linderbaum, a 1st round pick. I still was very high on Mr. Logan Jones, whereas he number 61 there on my board. So I would have been more than happy with him at 80. And I'm wondering, Dev, could this possibly start a run on centers? Like, has it begun?
Yeah.
We see this thing, don't we?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I do think that could be the case because teams are just overdrafting offensive line right now, right? I'm surprised Pregnon hasn't gone, though. And did Pregnon have some center flexibility? Or am I
sure? I think anybody does, but I always think about it like your center is like your right fielder in Little League. Like, if you can play left field, if you can play center field, then yeah, you can go over to right field. Yeah, it might take you a while to learn the angles, but you can do it in the Little League level. But center is a lot about recognizing the defenses, right? Recognizing the blitzes, being able to handle stunts, being able to work with the people next to you, smarts, toughness. And there are a million smart, tough football players, but fewer have the physical ability to play guard, and even fewer have the physical ability to play tackle. So Pregnon, I would say, yeah, sure. Why not, Dev? Why not? It just depends what kind of player he is.
If you're just looking at best player available again, I don't know why he's lasted to this point, but
Uncle
that
Todd.
would be
Uncle Todd firing from the hip, bro. He gets Emmanuel McNeil Warren as well. So like when you turn on your
man.
TVs on Monday or
They're
whatever
killing it.
for your coverage,
They
who
are
won the
killing it.
draft? Like the Cleveland Browns they're going to be on the short list, bro.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a good
crazy.
pick. That is a good pick.
An enforcer.
Yeah.
The Ravens are going to have to deal with Emmanuel McNeil Warren. And, you know, Yuri, I feel like McNeil Warren could be the Browns version of Kyle Hamilton just from the sheer like body build that he has. Big, long, tall
Right.
guy. You know, he gives you problems. Big hitter. Those who love McNeil Warren will tell you how much he hits. So, yeah, the Browns get this guy who was projected to be a first-round pick, 6'3", 201, 4.52, again, lanky, a lot like Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, and they just had JOK retire this past year, so having that skill set of a playmaker who can really has a lot of range near the line of scrimmage to be able to enforce against tight ends and match up, kind of replaces that a little bit. And it creates matchup issues with Mark Andrews against him, and any receiver we put in the slot, and the Browns decide to put McNeil Warren down the line of scrimmage. It requires that player to be physical because McNeil Warren is very physical.
Yeah, Uncle
I'll
Todd,
just say,
bro.
like, the North has definitely been coming strong. Like the Bengals had a good free agency outside of Pittsburgh, right? Because I don't know what they're doing,
Yeah.
but these three teams, like, and the Browns don't have a quarterback. I get that, but if Todd and that staff can do that's a big question. That is a massive question. Whether he can actually coach as a head coach, I don't know. So maybe I should table things, but they are doing a great job with their offseason in terms of just the talent and adding to that roster. That much is for sure. And we know defensively how much trouble they've given the Ravens with their personnel. So they're tough. They're going to be tough.
Who's their D coordinator now? Didn't Schwartz left? Do you know who is their
I don't know.
D coordinator?
That's a good question. Maybe I should look it up. Let's see.
Another tight end off the board, somebody that I was very fond of because of his blocking ability. He would have been a Charlie Kolar replacement, Yuri, and that's Marlon Klein out of Michigan, one of the better wide tight ends. So yeah, he goes here in the second round, and I'm glad I stayed strong. You know, he was number 80 to me, so a little early for Marlon Klein, I think.
Yeah, probably the best blocking tight end in the draft when it's all said and done. Just in a quick Ravens fit before I talk about them on the Texans, I thought that they needed someone with a little more receiving upside. I know we lost that core skill set, but I think we're a little more focused on an explosive flanker type of tight end, especially since they signed Smythe. But Klein, yeah, great at the point of attack. Not to mention that he has a little bit of versatility to be able to go out there and smash like as a slot. So kind of your what do you call it? Your down blocker. The words are forgetting me right now. I'm still thinking about Zion Young. That's all I've been thinking about. That's why I haven't been talking. I've just been like thinking about Zion Young, and I'm like, man.
Yeah, he's great on combo blocks, bro. He chips and climbs. Marlon Klein can do it all. Sam Roush, Dev's guy, actually is another really good wide tight end. Little on the short arms, but man, he just gets it done. Oscar Delp can do a little bit of everything. If you see the red cross next to Oscar Delp's name, they found a crack in his foot at the combine, wouldn't let him run, wouldn't let him compete. Then he goes out in his pro day and blows it up. But, like, you know, to me, Ryan, if they flag you at the combine for a cracked foot and you refuse to get it fixed and, you know, you perform at your pro day, I had to drop Delp a little bit because I have a feeling that bad boy is going to go sooner or later. You know, he's going to end up having to screw in that foot. So that's why I'm personally lower on Delp. Yeah.
Tough deal. What's did Bell go? I got a Bell.
No, Bell is still there. Yep, still there. So
now in the third round, I would definitely take him. See, round 2, I was that was more. I didn't have the stomach for it.
Risky,
But
yeah.
round 3, I like him a lot. I know he can't. I know we talked about lack of separation, but yeah, he just is a dog. So
Yeah.
that's another person I'd be good with. If at this point you want to take a weapon, the tight ends, I like the tight ends that are still there too. Like between all the guys we've talked about, and Jolly's another one, right? He's still on the board.
Yeah,
So
Justin Jolie, right.
Jolie, yeah. So that's another. I could see him really fitting in well. I know they had him in for a visit. He checks a lot of those, basketball-ish traits, right? Go get the ball. I think he checks several boxes. So yeah, I mean, I like what's on the board offensively. I like what's on the board. And then if
Yeah.
they did just go back again and decided, I mean, the center run, if there's not a real center run, they could still get I think you can still get a center. It's just, I would be okay on all of those fronts.
I mean, and again, Dev, I mentioned again, why not use that 4th round pick and try to trade back up higher in the 4th or into the 3rd? You got 4 5th round picks.
Yeah, I don't.
Why not
Package
instead
two
of having
fifths.
instead of having a 3rd and a 4th? Excuse me. Instead of having a 3rd, a 4th, and 4 5ths, why don't we have 2 3rds and 3 5ths?
I think that's a very smart, valid thing to just package those 2 5ths and see if you can either move up in the 3rd. I don't know. Like there's
move back
something
into
to
the
that.
3rd is what I'm thinking. Like pick 80.
Get another 3rd.
Yeah, get up to 90 or something.
That seems to make sense every season, and we always have one round where we have a ton of picks, and we like stay there and pick them all.
Nice.
Yeah,
Ryan, your thoughts on? You're right, exactly right. Is what I meant to say. Yeah, we hoard them all instead of like making a small move on day 2, day 3. I want to get your thoughts on Chris Bell. A lot of Anquan Bolden type comparisons to him. Likely a day 2 selection. So, we're mentioning him now. Some people thought he'd go earlier. Despite tearing his ACL on November 22nd, he's supposed to be ahead of schedule, but I mean, that's a late season ACL tear. He's a possession receiver, ton of success on slant passes. I had a stat for that I don't have right now, but it's like he runs a slant, he catches it like Michael Thomas, a possession receiver, fearless, supreme play strength. Yak is part of his game in space, deceptive speed, manipulates defenders. The only problem I have with Chris Bell, aside from the injury, is like he looks twice as athletic with the ball in his hands as he does when he's trying to get open. Like you watch Chris Bell, even if you just watch highlights, he is always covered. And that's where the Anquan Bolden comparison looks like. He's got the build 6'1", 222, a tremendous build. But what would be your stomach for a guy like this who is, he could have been like early 2nd, late 1st, but he tore his ACL on November 22nd. Would you spend a 3rd round pick like Dev on a player like this who might have to come along slowly this year?
Yeah, I think in the 3rd round, yeah, or later, you know what I mean? So like at this point, I feel like it could be worth taking a chance on that because of the talent, because of the upside, and honestly, healthy production. Like he should have went higher. So I think that we have enough depth. I don't absolutely love our receiving core, but like we have enough depth to let him, hit PUP, come back mid-season, whatever it takes. Like, but then you can still have him completely healthy for 3 more years after that. So I think it'd be worth a mid-round pick for sure. We need to add to the receiver room. And a lot of tight ends are starting to come off the board here. I see your guy just went though, Jason, Anthony Hill, linebacker to the Titans.
Yeah, playmaker. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm cool with drafting a receiver, man. I especially even with the injury concern. And you saying that he's a Bolden comparison gets me excited, man, because having a physical receiver like that, I mean, he absolutely carried on that Super Bowl run.
Yuri, do you see the same thing with the lack of separation constantly? Like, or did you see something else on tape? Chris Bell can't get open, bro. Chris Bell can't get open, wide open. Like, that's what I saw.
Yeah, so I thought that his best use was going to be on crossing routes and kind of the routes that get him away from the cornerbacks on the sideline and more into the middle of the field and let him run under the ball. Like you said there in your 3rd part of your note, Yak in space is part of his game. He really gets going once you get him in the open field and get the ball in his hands. Being able to get free releases against receivers and have those guys not be able to press up against them. To your point, the separation is something that is certainly a question, but truly, third round pick 80, I have no qualms about that at all. I think that'd be a great pick. The juice is worth the squeeze there just because of we've seen our third round picks in the past, like even the healthy guys that we've picked in those spots have not really panned out to be anything. So I'd be down with taking a little bit of a risk. And I mean, he fits to the big X receiver, right? We're not asking that guy to separate. That's what you have Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers for. We need that guy to be physical. We need him to be fast, and we need him to attack the ball in the air. And that's something that Bell does.
Hey,
Yeah, the other
Sherry,
thing-
sorry, I just wanted to give a shout out to Sherry for coming over, pop in, say how much she appreciates all the work we do for the fans. You're
Appreciate
so
it, Sherry.
welcome, Sherry. I appreciate you popping in more and more in the community. Really appreciate that. Thank you for just saying hi. A lot of people, aren't active in the chat, and when they come in and say hi, and so I wanted to interrupt Dev just to bring Sherry up there. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah. The other thing that got me thinking as we were talking about this is how much the changes that we're going to see from the offense that Doyle's going to run. So is that going to benefit someone like Bell? Don't have an answer to that, right? But if you're talking about getting him those opportunities to win in different ways, if he's not able to get, I mean, he might be able to get off the line and things like that. It's just that he's not going to get much space to operate. So, but I think, can you manipulate some of those things schematically? Is another thought. But yeah, Bolden, if I was to think back to his game, I mean, I'm not even talking about in Baltimore, but with Arizona, It was like slot. It was a lot of slants, right? And like over the middle stuff that he just, like, you couldn't stop him.
And like that play strength and speed, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. So I do think he can be a weapon like that. And then you just, and the other thing too is the physicality of the group is, like, they don't really have anybody that meets that physicality, like, especially with D-Hop not being in the current group, right? They bring D-Hop back, that could, help that cause.
Still, he's a different style when it comes to physical with the ball in his hands. Like, he would give you almost that Isaiah Likely with the ball in his hands, where he could stiff arm dude into next week type thing. Chris Bell,
let's do it.
And it pairs well with Lamar's off script, right? Like, we don't need these guys to be pure separators because they're already given a zone based off of the fact that Lamar, they don't want to turn their back to Lamar Jackson to have him run. So I think he'd be a great fit, and I think similar to Luther Burden last year, and he's kind of like a nice split between Burden and Odunze, where he's explosive, but he's also a bigger player in terms of how he does his work downfield. And not to, I can't get away from the fact of how well he operates over the middle of the field and how much we know Lamar Jackson can work that middle of the field.
Yep.
Damn, I wish we would have had this talk before I released my final big board. I think I would have scooted him up. Like, I was on this anti-injured players kick. You can't blame me, bro. Like,
we're in the third round now, so it starts to feel worth it too. You know what I mean? It's not as risky. Like, the later in the draft, it's like, just take him.
If he does, like you said, Ryan, start on the pup list,
right,
and then you still have Tez, you still have, like, they'll probably need to bring a vet receiver in so you, whether that's D-Hop, whether that's someone else that they sign. I wouldn't mind running it back under that circumstance, knowing that Bell's going to be back in 6 games. I know that you're still also sitting there going, oh, well, this rookie's going to come and be a contributor, but it's just like,
hey, the new coaching staff might be able to slide him in before if somebody wasn't there in the offseason. I feel like they didn't get much of a chance in year 1, but you never know.
That's true too. That's true. It's a different outlook.
Bateman can get through training camp healthy too, you know. So we got to
We got to stay healthy there. I think that's why it's important to add to that room too, though, because at this point we really can't afford too many injuries. At least like serious injuries, you know what I mean? We went back to they went back to back tight ends. So Texans took Marlon Klein, and then the Rams took Max Clare. So tight ends are rolling here.
Yeah, if
But none of the guys
for you
we talked
fantasy
about.
football players out there, draft Max Clare for the Rams. I don't know if what's his name is still there for the Rams. Help me out. Who's the?
They still got Higbee, and they
Higbee.
still took Terrence Ferguson last year. So that I guess
They gave Higbee a contract extension, I think.
Wow, that's shocking,
just-
man.
I feel like
Team
Higbee and
personnel.
Stafford are like tied to the hip. It's like Stafford, if he gets an extension, Higbee gets an extension. That's how it
Bills
goes.
take a tall corner from Ohio State. Liked his game a little bit. Igbenson. Yeah, there he is right there. So again, another team passing on Jamal McCoy.
Yeah, something's up, man. Like there's too much information then for McCoy to be slipping this far. I feel like not that it couldn't work out, but like everybody is passing.
Yeah,
It's sad. It's sad for him. I feel bad for McCoy. Because usually by this time, dude, somebody would have took like Will Johnson was drafted by now.
Yeah, that's why I feel like they're like teams are really freaked out about whatever they're seeing.
And
I'll just say this.
Go ahead, Dev. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, for the Ravens' sake of it, corner has been brought up, but I subscribe to the theory that I do like Bilal Cohen to me is being slept on. It's almost like they're just going to get another draft pick for him missing the season, and then on top of that, being in a good defensive fit, like system wise. So I really, really like him. The more I was unpacking things for the piece that I wrote on the secondary, it was just like he's way better fit for what Minter likes to do. You combine that with Tampa, who we've talked about a lot, and all of a sudden, like that group, and not to mention they're just not going to have as many corner heavy nickel dime looks as another team might, right? So it's just, I think that position, only other than like just taking somebody because they're such a good, like you can't miss BPA on the board. I don't really feel like it's a need, and not even a need. It's not even something on my radar until like round 5. So
yeah,
I don't know how you guys feel about that.
How do you guys feel? Yeah, how do you guys feel about that?
I want my Cam Hart. There's 2 Washington corners that are both 6'4" and run a 4.4 or a 4.3, and Davis and Ephesian Cyrock or Prysock, excuse me. I do agree with Dev. I think there's a lot to like with who we currently have in the room. You already have Wiggins, Humphrey, Awuzie, Tampa, Longerbeam, and Kone. I just think adding another one on day 3 to kind of push those 2 from last year into, hey, let's. I've kind of hit on it a couple times, but I don't think Dev was here. Is like let the cream, let the talent rise to the top, right? May the best man win. And if they have to, unfortunately, redshirt another one for another year, or whoever may win or lose that job. But I do agree it's not a massive need, especially given that the scheme we're going to run now is a lot more friendly to corners. There's a lot less stress. There's a lot more zone. There's a lot more of the fire blitz concepts and the Tampa 2 quarters. Some of the cover 6 match stuff that they run. A lot more friendly to someone like TJ Tampa, who may not have the long speed to be able to keep up with guys, but in a Tampa 2 sitting low against the run type of thing where he's just kind of playing the sideline, I think that favors him pretty well.
So some sad news for us Ravens fans.
Another center.
A Ravens fan favorite, Jake Slaughter, is gone.
Damn.
Oh no.
Yeah,
That's
Chargers.
That's a tough one.
The darn Harbaugh.
Yeah,
the other Harbaugh.
Did they sign Washington center?
They did.
Okay.
They did sign Washington center. You know who else signed a center too, which I don't understand, was the Bears traded for Bradbury. Right?
Yeah.
Like early in the offseason. So there's 2 teams that made a move for a center and then just decided to also spend the top 63 pick on him.
Interesting.
Ah,
So
centers
what?
are going.
Jones, Slaughter. Are those the only two that went, or one more?
Let's take a look. Sam Hecht is still there. So
That'd
yeah,
be-
Logan Jones and Slaughter are gone. Yeah, you got Sam Hecht, you got Trey Zune, and then another sneaky option would be rolling with a center with what we got for a few weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks. I have no idea, but Connor Lew would have been the number 1 or 2 center in this draft had he not tore his ACL. So you could kind of slow roll that if you wanted to. So yeah, and then Parker Brailsford. I know Yuri likes him. Jagger Burton. Brian Parker is a convert. So there are center options available, but man, they yeah, it's like one gets taken and it's like, oh man, that kind of just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, because there's not a massive pool of people, so like seeing a couple go earlier than expected, kind of it does bring into question like what direction the Ravens are going to go. I think they probably have a plan, whether they draft one now or later, to add to that room anyway. I mean, they're definitely going to bring somebody. Right now, it seems like a lot of the depth in the draft's probably at receivers still. We haven't really seen a run of receivers in a bit. Probably going to jinx it, and there's a run right before, but
I think they're going to go, Ryan. I don't think there's no jinx in it.
Do you think there'll be a run here soon? Because what we got, we're up in like 17 picks, 16 picks.
I mean, Daniel Jeremiah, who knows his stuff as well as anybody, predicted that there would be 18 to up to 20 wide receivers taken in the first 2 days. So that'd be by the end of the night.
Has Vegas taken one? I don't think so, right?
I don't know. So. I don't have a yeah.
I'm looking.
They haven't picked since top of the round, right?
Yeah.
Unless they had another pick. But they took a safety. I'm looking at the board. I'm looking at the
yeah, they've only taken Mendoza and Stukes.
Okay.
Yeah, so they got to take one, right? They're going to take the Brazzell, right?
Yeah, the Raiders love speed. Yeah.
They love speed. There's no way they pass on him.
That makes sense.
Getting back to the center thing in Bullock, like it's interesting because there was so much self-scouting. This is the most self-scouting that this organization has had to do, since the last time they made a coaching change. So in that if they were having conversations with Ledford and company, right? Doyle, Ledford, all of them saying, yeah, we really kind of like Bullock. Like, because one of the things that was surprising was when they signed Simpson and EDC saying that Ledford watched film on Simpson and he liked him.
Right.
So like, we just don't know really don't know fully what they think of what they have available in the room. That's another thing to think about, because as much as I looked at coming into this draft, I felt like it was 100%, or let's say 99.9% that they were going to draft some center in the top for 3-4 rounds. The way things have unfolded at this point, like, you have to go into it having, like you said, Ryan, like there's a good contingency of some kind, like just earmarked, especially if you're sitting there knowing that the third is when all these centers are going to go, or like, this is going even a little bit earlier. So that would just be poor planning across the board.
Yeah.
Like, so I ultimately agree that they probably feel like, okay, if we get Vega, we have Bullock, we have Simpson, right? Maybe you do try out Jones at center. I don't know. Like, they know more than we do on that front and what they want to try out. And that's just something else that should give comfort to the fans a little bit, right? So you might just not be able to get somebody worthwhile, but is that prospect going to be even better than what you might have in house, right, with Bullock? That's a valid question.
Yeah, and how highly do they even have these centers rated? Like, maybe they're not super high on one of these centers being the future, and they're like, all right, we're gonna just go a different direction. And if I mean, I see a lot of people tossing around like Emery at center. I don't even know how realistic that is.
I don't know where that
I think it's just because he's talented. I think it's just because he's talented, and everyone was kind of maybe expecting that he could win a job, and then now once we drafted Venga,
Yeah.
it's like, oh shoot,
They
Emery's
want to
like,
get him
Weird
involved,
push
bro.
down
They
the
want
depth chart. So
they
want
want to
to
get him involved. Yeah.
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 So
Like,
let me get this straight. He had to play on the right side. Moving to the left guard was such a big leap. And now we're saying he's going to play center. Like I that one is half baked, like at best. So I mean, I don't see that either. Like I don't really see that. I think he's more, let's let these guys duke it out. Realistically, Vega's got the job. Simpson's probably got the job.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know. Jones is just, it's okay if he ends up being a quality third tackle or backup right tackle, backup guard.
And there's always an injury for a game or two. Like it doesn't mean that Emery's not getting tossed in there at some point. There's probably going to be one guy that misses 2-3 games throughout the season. It just always happens.
Yeah. And that's very true as well. So you need the depth. You need a sixth man offensive lineman. That's good. Just like we saw what Patrick McCarry presented with that for so many years and so many games, and how often he really was like a starter, right? Just given the injuries, his versatility, all of those things. But yeah,
I don't know if we can. I don't even know. I mean, maybe if they draft a center here at 80, maybe we can kind of believe that might be the guy in their mind. But if they don't draft a center here, I don't think that we will know who the center is exactly for a bit. We're gonna have to let this offseason play out.
Yeah,
that's just how I feel. If we draft one later and it's just like a group of Danny Pinner and Bullock and whoever we draft in the 4th or 5th round at center, like there is no surefire guy that you can just plug in and be like, that's the starter. Like it's gonna just be competition, right? And
what it's gonna be like 2018 all over again.
Yeah,
when we went into that year and Skura ended up being the center. And
undrafted,
yeah. and was quite good that season. So yeah, it would be interesting to say the least if that's how it went. And at that point, I would think that they'll bring in a vet. I think. I know they signed Pinter, but like I'm not sure. Like I think
who's even the other vet at center that would be out there though. That's why I thought.
Yeah,
Pochik is a good name. Okay, he's recovering from an injury. And same thing with Cushenberry. Like those guys are, maybe those are just,
they have starting experience, but yeah.
I do find it interesting though, if that were the case, we don't get a center in round 3, that they would go from willing to pay a center 20-some million to like, we're just going to take some dude if they're there in the 5th round. Like
maybe that pushes the Venga pick more as a priority because you need to surround a little bit of a hole with a lot of talent, right? Like
it's just funny because we went
center a little bit.
We're going to go from cutting Zeitler for $6 million to paying a center $20 million to now we're like, we don't need a center, but we're going to draft Venga in the 1st round. Like it's a different. You're seeing a difference here in philosophy for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you guys heard DaCosta's comments about guard, I was like, is this the same guy? Like he's talking about the value has gone up, people are paying them, and it's become comparable to tackle. And not in terms of the value there, but like the money value. And he's 100% right, of course, and he's pouring that over that every day.
Yeah, either him or Harbaugh or both were behind the curve on that. They've been ahead of the curve on a lot of things. They were behind the curve on how valuable guards are.
They were. And who was the culprit is a valid question. And I wanted to throw this one out there too, which is that just frankly, the level of not having a coach that you have confidence in to develop the talent that you have, right? Like that. They had that with Joe D. So when the tragedy happened, and then they shifted gears, and it was like, no, we can't just like draft a guy in the 4th round and 5th round and whatever, and then he's going to be a competent guard for us, which was the case with Powers, which was the case for a number of guys that have passed through this organization.
Yeah. 100%. Right. I think he's listening. I think Eric DaCosta is listening to the coaches too, man. Like I not to say that they're making the picks, but I think he's really, the little bit of the philosophy switch is not just him realizing mistakes, but also that in combination with what this new staff wants, and like, let's go draft according to that to fill those needs. And they clearly are putting a priority on fixing the holes from last year, building up the trenches. So I think Eric DeCosta's, it's a good move for him to be that open-minded, to be like, because I even heard him yesterday and he's finally admitting, like, I've really under delivered. I haven't put a lot of resources into the offensive line. And it's like, yeah, as fans, like, we've known that's been very obvious for a few years now, and it hasn't worked out. But to hear him admit it, to hear it, or to see him make the moves to counter that, I like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's all it's fine if you make a couple mistakes, but like, be open-minded enough to switch it and admit it. And we didn't always get that, I guess, with Harbaugh. So I kind of like that Eric DeCosta is making the change, because he's still the same dude making the picks, but the philosophy does feel different. The results feel different, at least in this draft right now. But
I agree with you.
QB just went Carson Beck to the Cardinals. It's been a while since we saw a quarterback come off.
He was supposed to go earlier, right? So that's a really good pick. I think that's a really good pick for them.
Yeah, they got Jeremiah Love, Chase Besantis, and Carson Beck. First 3 picks, so a lot of offensive change.
Yeah.
So it's funny, the highly lowly touted running back class has come to fruition. If I can get that out, Jeremiah Love went where he was supposed to go. Jadarian Price was a sneaky first round pick. I think Peter Schrager was the first one to mock him there. Sure enough, he did go with the 32nd pick. And then you got a physical freak in Mike Washington, who doesn't always know where he's going. The pace of his runs are kind of messed up. He's a physical freak. And then just a very boring running back class overall. So, but theirs are still on the board, and we just had our 3rd quarterback selected. The other positions are getting picked, but not quarterback and not running back.
Broncos making their first pick. Is that true? Dang.
Jeez, Liz.
Yeah.
They had no picks till right now?
So were we still in the 2nd, right?
No, this is the 3rd now.
Are we in
3rd
the 3rd
round, pick 66.
Early 3rd,
yeah.
Yeah.
3rd just started, yeah.
Jeez. I guess because of the Waddle pick. Like, and then they didn't have a 2nd for whatever reason.
Sure. They just picked defensive tackle Tyler Onyedim.
There you go, Brian. There you go.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's close. That's close, brother.
The names are tough. There's a lot of them. I learned the Ravens one for sure.
Give me our first round pick's full name, Ryan. Full name.
Olive Avanga Ioane.
Yeah, buddy.
I've been saying Vanga, so I had to really think of the full first name. I definitely am not going to probably say Olive Avanga, but Vanga Ioane is, I got it down.
All right, how about our 6th round pick from a few years ago that never saw the field, the pick that I couldn't stand? The man who we call Big Salah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shoot, dude. Dang. I don't even remember the full name of that.
I don't either.
Yeah, we didn't see him.
I could have
told you the offseason we drafted him, and during training camp, I definitely could have told you. But the fact that he never saw the field, I always called him Salah since then. I literally don't know. That's a good one. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, Molly Salah Moefe Alulu or something like that. Kodak, not Kodak Black. Why hasn't Pregnon been drafted? Bringing this up because it happens every year.
Yeah.
And we just don't know. Like, okay, so pick 80 comes along. Say guard was still a need, and we pass on Pregnon at pick 80. I can't even be too mad. Like, I'm assuming something's wrong with Pregnon. Whenever it's like Kodak saying here, why isn't he still on the board? Usually it's a good reason that we just don't know about. Either he's got some kind of injury or off-field stuff. Like with McCoy, we know, but Pregnon should have been drafted, to your point already. Yak, may I call you?
Sometimes it's also, I remember this happened with Travis Jones. He just didn't go higher. But I don't think it came out that there was any sort of clear issue. But he was supposed to go, like, he could have gone even the end of the 1st. He could have gone, for sure, early 2nd. He ended up lasting till late in the third, or sorry, mid third, that point. So that's why I always laugh when that's not a bad point about 20.
That's
Yeah,
getting
right.
more. That's getting more common now too, though. That's going to be hard to avoid at some point. There's a lot of older guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that could be what it is. But that's why I always laugh when fans are like, if you say a player's in a certain zone, like whatever the projection is, and they're like, there's no chance that guy's not gonna. There's no chance that's happening. I'm like, okay, well, like that's always. I mean, like with Bane, Bane he didn't fall so far, but he fell to 6. Like nobody had him falling to 15. So that it's just the way things go. Different factors, like you said, Jason, we don't know of, sometimes other positions get prioritized. But I am pretty shocked he's sitting there.
Yeah, and all day, every day, Jay. Love that name, by the way. What is the scoop with McCoy? We got a comment earlier. I can't confirm this, that he's going to need yet another surgery on his knee. So I'm not sure. And then, Dev, to add to what you were saying there, the big board looks great, but it's starting to fall apart. So you're seeing now Borkircher go. Some of the guys from the Orange are starting to go. So it's almost like it's gotten to the part of the draft, guys, where it's dealer's choice. It's dealer's choice. Like, okay, there's a talent level has been reached, and now we're just going to go get our guy. There's no such thing as a reach right now.
Halton's still there too.
Halton is still there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I owed Gordon McGinnis a picture of me in a 4-point stance.
Because of Halton.
So I had to drop out so I could put that up.
I hope you took it from the front.
I did. Not from the back.
Thank you. Yeah.
You don't want to see. But yeah, just to Dev's point, man. I know that we're focusing a lot on offensive playmaker, and there's a couple names, right? Njoku, Jennings, maybe bringing back Hopkins as a kind of a wide receiver 4 role, but Halton and Zion Young as your second and third round pick would bring a lot of physicality, versatility, athleticism to your defensive front. And I would be ecstatic about that because, as you guys are pointing out, the tight end board is really starting to dry up.
Yeah.
Quick. And I'd be shocked if the next 12 picks, at least another 1 or 2 go. If they 1 or 2 do not go, is what I meant to say. But the receiver board, though, is looking.
We haven't had the run yet.
Good.
You know what? Another guy that I like, guys, is Fields. So I meant to mention him too. But I agree with you, Yuri. This is where now you're going to start getting nitpicky, right? Like you could, and I know receivers a favorite target of fans. Like, oh well, they don't have enough. But if you can get a Njoku, which would make a ton of sense, depending on if you do go to Halton, if you just take Halton, or you go center or whatever. I mean, you're just like, all right, we're solidified up front. Then, you can still get Njoku or Jennings. I wanted Jennings earlier. I could see. I know money's a factor with him. He's been asking for a lot of money, but
gotta be cheaper now.
It's May.
You wouldn't think so.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Nobody's getting crazy deals now. He's
such a good fit, but I'm not concerned when you still have some good quality bet options available for offensive players, offensive weapons, right? I think just keep banging on the trenches if it makes sense.
Yeah, and another thing real quick is there's always going to be quality receivers and quality tight ends available at this point in the offseason, but what there isn't quality of is offensive line and defensive line, right? There's a couple guys you got to squint at. DJ Reader, right? We're squinting like, okay, he can come in and kind of be a plus of what John Jenkins is. He's a little more pass rush upside, but he's older and there's some injury problems. And then obviously the offensive line, it's fairly barren. You really got to close one eye and okay, maybe he can come in and do something. So if they double back here and they hey, there's an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman they we talked about it at this at the end of January when that game ended and Tyler Luke missed the kick. We're hey, Ravens need to pour a lot of money in their offensive and defensive line, and for their first like 6 major assets to be offensive line and defensive line, like, hey, like they made a commitment. They're going to fix the trenches and everything else will sort itself out, which I don't think is a terrible idea.
Exactly.
Yeah, same time, Lamar needs a weapon. Lamar needs a
I agree.
weapon in this offense. You lost 2 tight ends. You lose specifically likely. You don't know what's going on with Bateman year to year. It could be a great year. Could not. He could not be available. This seems like a great time to get like with Venga. We got the top guard, one of the top offensive linemen. I mean, we're for round 3 by round 3 standards. We're coming up here. We could get one of the top tight ends. EDC could come up there with a straight face and be like, he was the number 2 tight end on our board. And it wouldn't even be a stretch. With the receiver that we could take with pick 80, EDC could be like, we had him as a top 5 receiver on the board. And he could say that with a straight face, and he might actually be telling the truth. Like, there is an overflow right now of tight ends, receivers, of the weapons, whereas Yuri's saying there's a scarcity at D-line. Grayson Halton, the only one that can really get – maybe you take Caleb Proctor out of Southeast Louisiana who can rush the passer, or you get another big guy like Big Citrus or, who is Dominic Orange or McClellan from Missouri. But, yeah, man, to me, it's screaming to me, get Lamar a toy or go center. Like, I'm going to stray away from the D-line now and just maybe sign DJ Reader and call it a day.
Another
Dev,
tight end just went too. Yeah.
Your guy went a blocking tight end. Who's got a little yak to him? Sam Roush out of Stanford. Dev, what did you like about Roush?
I liked that he did line up on the line, right? His size, like his frame, he to me represents a classic, like was it Knox from the Bills? That was, I think, the type of player.
Yeah.
So that type of player, like he does have the short arms, but he can move guys. He's physical. He gets in there. But there's some upside in terms of a big target down the field and so as a receiver. So I liked the physical traits that he had, but he does mix it up. He's a good blocker. I'm actually surprised that the Bears are loaded at tight end like that.
I know, right? Matt Loveland.
They got their what's his face Durham Smythe replacement, huh?
Yeah.
And then some. So I like him a lot. That's kind of a bummer, but I like Delp too. So I mean, I understand the injury concern, but I would be pretty happy with. I was always toggling between those two for the same reasons. I felt like they were complete tight ends. They were physical, and I think that will be a missing quality that I think Durham Smythe will bring a lot of that, but with Kolar, you got a sneaky, talented receiving tight end, but he was good with doing the dirty work. So it's hard to find. It's hard to find that combination of the. So I think that's why I liked those 2 tight ends in particular. But yeah, now we're seeing a little bit like a lot of the tight ends have gone off the board. So
yeah, there's a run. Receivers just
sitting there.
Yeah.
So the league is not as high on Chris Brazzell as a lot of us are.
No.
Yeah.
Definitely not. I'm surprised he's still sitting there.
Deny Dennis Sutton, a nice
Sutton
player.
Still sitting there. Yeah, obviously we got Zion Young, so it changes things a little bit. But Sutton
Don't do it. Don't do it, EDC. Don't take too many. At that point, just leave it alone.
He's the I want to be good everywhere. This guy.
Romello Height goes to the Niners at pick 70.
Nice.
Yeah, smaller edge.
That's a Niner type player. I mean, he's a. You gotta love when you watch the draft and you see teams doing the things that fit their scheme, their system, their DNA, right? Like the types of players they like. The Niners haven't strayed too much from that for years, and they shouldn't because they've been successful. But it is cool to see that repeat itself.
So, Dev, you missed the funny part. Detroit traded up ahead of us right before we took Zion Young. So you're just talking about like, doesn't Zion Young scream like a Dan Campbell?
That's what I thought. Yeah,
Right.
I
Like,
thought the
so we were
same.
losing it. We were
A little
losing it.
bit. Yeah, I thought so. That is a good call. I had a moment on that before. I was like overconfident that he was going to be a Raven 10 picks.
Yeah, when
before.
Yuri said that, it was so true that I wanted to punch Yuri through the screen, which I thought
I
was
started to panic. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
But it's like, why else would they move up in front of them? That part is valid. It's like, and the Lions do tend to target similar style players. Although you could dispute that, right? With the Ravens have been more of a chameleon of what they're known for. They've gotten back to that, but like the Lions definitely get those types of players.
Yeah.
But
so we are at pick 71 right now.
Yeah, 9 away.
I think they're like 5 minutes on the clock now. Am I like the teams get 5 minutes to pick, I believe. So
yeah.
So probably within the next half hour to 40 minutes is my best guess, guys.
Yeah, once we see the board clear up, we might have a better idea, kind of. Actually, I don't know, man. We have no idea where they're going to go because there's so many different positions here available.
The weird thing is, like, they're on commercial right now on my TV, and when they come back from commercial, they knock the picks out. Like, you don't wait the 5 minutes.
Just to touch on height real quick. I know in terms of like a fit for the Ravens, smaller edge, but as like a spot dropper and coverage, I thought he was the best edge, like in terms of coverage in the class. Another guy I got to see at the Senior Bowl, interview him. He mentioned one of his biggest concerns was one of the biggest concerns about him was his transfers, and he straight up said, "I got a family to feed." So I thought that was that answer like kind of made me feel a certain way about him. You know what I mean? Like he's like, "Hey, like I need to go out there and provide for my family," but just as a player, awesome pass rush upside. If the Ravens didn't have Mike Green, I think I would have had him higher on my board.
Yes.
Because of that pass rush upside, like swipe, like dip and bend, dip and rip, plenty of moves that he has. I thought one of the more impressive pure edge rushers at getting after the quarterback in this cycle. Yeah, so good. As Dev said, 49ers fit seems to make a lot of sense.
Yeah. I want to go back to something here, Ryan. I'm going to kick it to you. We're talking about the centers, but damn, look at the guards too. Like, look at that guard center column. We're on pick 71. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 of the first 70 picks have been interior O-line. Like, there's almost been as many centers as there have been guards taken.
Yeah, that's
pretty
crazy.
Nuts. Like, pretty nuts. Even the guys that I'm not as higher on it, Shrouth or Jalen Farmer, Kentucky, like no guards are going, and there's a scarcity of them. So it's kind of weird draft to me. Jennings Donker could have been gone by now, even if something's going on with Prignons. That surprises me, Ryan.
Yeah, there seems to be, at least from a guard perspective. I mean, a couple centers have went already, but yeah, it seems to be some are hanging around for some reason. Prioritized early in the draft, there was a lot of linemen going. It's a couple interior as well, but yeah, not as much right now. Which could, I mean, so many question marks with what this coaching staff envisions. Like, I don't know who they envision that they could turn into a center. Like, maybe they have a different plan of taking, one of these other guys that's not exactly a true center fit that might play guard, and they're like, we know he can mold into a center. I have no idea what they're going to do to fill this center spot. I think if they do draft someone here, though, that is the guy, like we've been saying. You know what I mean? Like, or the lead guy. Obviously, anybody could win the job, but I'm just saying, you draft somebody at 80 in the interior offensive line, like, I got a feeling that's going to be the center. Just had a first wide receiver in a while just went off too.
This just slows down though, guys, because there's still Hecht. Lou has the injury concern. How much of a concern is that though? Because I know you like Lou a lot, Jason. But
it was a torn ACL, I believe, in October, Dev. I could double check that.
You might be all right.
That might be okay.
Like bullet for 6 games, I don't know. But again, you're talking about a center, rookie center. which is already enough of an issue to call out protections and to be the leader of a line, to get
True.
healthy and be a center. Is
Yeah.
this Mark Rippon taking forever? Did the Commanders take?
Yeah,
who did-
Antonio Williams, Clemson wide
Nice.
receiver.
I mean, come on, Mark. It's bad
know
enough
he
you're
had
on my
a-
TV when we didn't have a team. Now you're.
I think
Poor
Antonio Williams had some. He's a traits guy, right, guys? You can keep me honest.
Yeah.
I think he's very like he had traits, but he was a very boring watch. A ton of drag routes is like all I saw on tape with him. Hey, dude, I don't know how my TV's stuck behind or if it's what's going on or if my TV's
He talked for a while.
Jeez, a whiz.
Just on the centers, Trey Zune is another one of those converts that you guys were talking about that would be you talk about like a phone booth pass protector. Like he is very refined in his pass protection ability. And if the Ravens are looking to continue to elevate that, you have Vanga, you have Simpson, who a couple years prior, he's a little more of a run protector, but with the Jets like a year ago, he was one of the best graded pass protectors in the league. And then you add in someone like Zune, who has a huge upside in terms of athletic ability. Like he has more room to grow as a run blocker. But I think Zune would be an awesome fit to what they're trying to do. But it would require a little bit of patience in terms of what you expect out of him and in the screen game and going to level 2 and that kind of stuff. But
so help me out here, Dev, maybe, and Ryan, Yuri. I'm talking to Yuri's point of needing a stout center. And Zune's a big dude, bro. Like Zune can handle left tackle power off the edge. He's not going to get bull rushed as easily as some of these smaller centers. The Steelers have Cam Hayward and Derek Harmon. The Bengals added Jonathan Allen and Dexter Lawrence. And the Browns have Mason Graham and the guy that crushed us last year, Malik Collins. You make a lot of big dudes in this division is what I'm getting at all of a sudden. Zune, to me, does scream like a good fit, Yuri, because he can defend power and not get walked back into Lamar's lap. Taco Davis just went to the Bengals, an extremely traitsy corner. Now, there's your traitsy guy. You see the term makeup speed a lot with Tacario Davis, and that's because he gets beat a lot. That was my problem with him. Like he loses at the stem, and then it just takes him. He's got to catch up. He shows that makeup speed more than he should. So I was a little lower on Tacario Davis than most. So yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to tell Nikhil, I'm like, hey, like, man, I think we need to keep putting Davis higher just because of the fact of the traits he had was like undeniable. It was undeniable that some of the athletic upside and then the ability to like when he wasn't out of phase, like the play on the ball. I thought he did a good job at that. So interesting to see Cincinnati go corner. They haven't taken offensive line, right?
I don't
know.
think so.
So I guess they feel
Who's the first
comfortable
pick? It was
Dexter Lawrence. So they didn't have
Yeah,
one.
they didn't.
No, that one, and then who was in the second?
TJ Parker. TJ Parker.
No, that's Buffalo.
Those Bills.
Oh, duh. Yeah.
Oh, they have it up here.
It was another Hal. That's right. Sorry, I knew it was a pass rush.
Hal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Marcus Colston announcing Oscar Delp to Saints.
Oh yeah,
Marcus Colston, by the way, had that glitch in the system where he was listed as a tight end when he came into the league and played receiver, I believe, for Sean Payton. So he was a fantasy football mistake that won people a championship. Some claimed unfairly back in the day because he was in like an 1,200 yard receiver, but he was listed as a tight end for Yahoo. Drew Brees' number one target. So it's good to see Marcus Colston, bro. I remember it's weird the things you remember about people. But yeah, Mr. Delp taking the crack in his foot to the turf in New Orleans. Yeah.
Tight end might not be the move here, man. There's too many going. There's a ton of tight ends off the board.
I think
for us.
I think it's got to. It's if this slows down enough, you could still get your center. If you don't, then you get best available receiver weapon. Tight end maybe still could be an option just because of the depth of this group. But that gets back to: are you force feeding tight end? You could sign Njoku if you have a wink nod kind of like agreement of some kind, right? Like there was rumors swirling that that was a mutual, like they mutually were, like he was looking at them and as his favorite choice.
He didn't take many visits either, so it's definitely could be like, hey, we're gonna get you after the draft next week when the comp picks don't get canceled out.
Like, and he's definitely got some gas left in the tank. Still capable on vertical routes and downfield routes. And we talked to Coach DC Jason about him. He brought up a good point about yards after catch too. So I just think his game and what he would represent, he does give you a legit weapon. But again, that is something to think about if they go in they decide to go in a different direction with receiver, like Fields, Bell still there.
Fields just went.
Yeah, you said his name too quickly, Dev.
There you go.
Giants traded up for him.
God damn Harbaugh.
He gets. That's funny.
That's annoying. Well, this is. I hope he. All right, no, this isn't being very nice, but I hope he's Boykin 2.0 for them. For that.
That was the first thing I thought was like John Harbaugh gets his Miles Boykin.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, that's too much. I have my own subtle dig, which is the last line of my scouting report on Malachi Fields. He moves like an older Anquan Bolden. I thought that him running a 4.61 actually may have helped his stock because on tape, Malachi Fields looks like a 4.7 speed tight end. He's just a physical presence on the field and a bully. Yeah. So we talked about Chris Bell looks like a younger Anquan Bolden. Malachi Fields to me looks like an older, a 30-some-year-old Anquan Bolden. So yeah, his feet are easy though, man. A sub 7 3-cone. He just, I don't know. He kind of reminds me of like the way Xavier Legette in college would just glide to a spot and jump and get it, you know? So I could see like high bust potential, but high upside with Malachi Fields.
But they got Neighbors coming back from an injury. Well, that's a bad injury. Yeah. And they still have Slayton. They signed somebody in free agency. I can't recall. I think from the Vikings.
Naylor,
yeah, right. They signed him. So, and then they got.
I think he went to the Raiders. Did he?
Did he? Oh yeah, you're right. I got that mixed up. Did they sign?
They got Mooney, Darnell Mooney.
Oh,
okay, Mooney. It's a pretty competent group. I mean, obviously Neighbors is back. That's a good group. They don't have. I mean, like from what he would fit in terms of pretty much X all the way. Like you said, Jason can't really give you much more than that one dimension, but maybe that's all they need. Right. And of course, he can get after it as a blocker and all those good things, right? Like the stuff Harbaugh needs from the receiver position. So
it's crazy looking at their depth chart and seeing Likely and Pat Ricard in the starting lineup.
Yeah,
for the Giants.
Yuri, Ted Hurst, love him. Crowded wide receiver group here, as it seems like it is every year when you're talking about, who's your 8th receiver, who's your 10th receiver, who's your 14th ranked receiver. Ted Hurst to me just like kept moving up through the whole process. You see the size on him, but like unlike most 6'3" receivers, he can run routes quickly, no wasted steps. I'm sure you got to see him at the Senior Bowl. My last note is he stood out at the Senior Bowl. I don't know if you were hanging with the linemen or if you got to see Ted Hurst at all, but man, I love this kid. Like if he wasn't out of Georgia State, he'd probably be off the board already.
Yeah, he's got a jetpack on him. Like he gets that get downfield easily extra gear point. Like that's the biggest thing that I took away from him at the Senior Bowl. watching some of his tape, his ability to take any of those over the middle of the field type of plays and turn them from negative plays into like he gets upfield very quick and he eats ground. Like that 6'3" long frame helps him out a lot, and he's not slow. 4.42 speed, like that's real speed to me. To like, some guys running a high 40 and like, oh, like that's a little. Come on, like he's not actually that.
Yeah, his
fast.
is real. His is real.
Like he's an absolutely a 4.4 type of player. And then the acrobatic finisher, 3-level separator. I think honestly, out of the whole group of receivers here, I think he has not only like the best ability to come in day one and be a contributor, but probably the highest upside in terms of like, hey, like this guy can actually be more than just like a deep ball go type of guy, or you want to have him run crossers. I think he can develop a route tree to be able to do different things in the NFL. So good points all around about the Georgia State as well. I think if he went to Georgia, or if he went to South Carolina, or if he went to some of the school in that area, he'd be gone.
Yeah, because it's getting time to start discussing these picks. We spent a lot of time on one center, but there are some really good receiver prospects still available. I personally am not mad that Malachi Fields is gone. He just wasn't my guy in this cycle. I love Ted Hurst, Zachariah Branch, ball of fire. You're talking about a 4.3 guy right there. Tough. I think Zachariah Branch benched like a crazy amount of bench press reps. And I say that just because like it mattered. Like you can see it in his play strength. I'm going to bring up Zachariah Branch right here. So if you want a gadget guy plus, it's this guy. 5'8", 177. Now he's 177 pounds, but he bench pressed 225 20 times. Dev, how many times you bench pressing 225? 20? About 20?
I can bet you 25 for you.
All right. Well, you're also, you're not 5'8" for 177, I don't think, and run a 4. I don't think you run a 4.35. You don't look.
No.
You look more like a 4.42 guy to me.
You're very, very kind.
All right, sorry.
6'4", 6'4", or whatever. I don't even know what the clock.
So here's another style. I'm bringing him up because he's a different style. And like, where do you want to put this guy on your board? Yak, quick, explosive, suddenly hits top gear. He would be a kick and a punt returner. He would challenge LeJontay Wester right away.
That's where I was going to go with the
better version, more explosive version of LeJontay. Incredibly strong for his size, he said, with the bench press. He runs through arm tackles. You're not just going to bring like a low center of gravity at 5'8", was relied on in every game for multiple gadget touches. Yuri, it was so frustrating scouting this guy, Branch, because it was like, okay, can we see him run a route? Nope, another gadget touch. Can we see him? No, he was in motion again. Can we? Christ, they won't let him run routes. He did have a good feel for zone, what I saw when he got off in his routes. Ability to uncover versus man is more of a projection, but he has the skills to do it. I just didn't get to see him run a lot of routes. Whoa. That's another style receiver if you like them. What's going on? Am I behind again?
We got 2 picks. We got the Dolphins taking wide receiver Caleb Douglas, and then the Steelers just took Drew Aller, quarterback.
All right, hey, more power to him.
All right, so you guys
we're
are
up in
to speed on
like
quarterbacks.
3 picks here.
Oh yes, 3 picks, and there's good players on the board.
Tampa Bay, Indianapolis, and Atlanta in front of us, and that's it.
Oh, beautiful. There's a lot of good players on the board. I'm very excited about this.
Me too. It also makes me nervous, Dev, when I get excited. Like,
I got excited before the Zion pick, and it worked out beautifully. But you know what? They do always throw a curveball with these third-round picks, like a Isaac or Trenton Simpson, which has worked out a little bit better, right? Like, but still, it's like the reach is coming. I hope it's not this time, but it's like.
So Brazzell, I think our guy John Parsons said in the comments, he may be on social media checking out. A scout said George Pickens with a worse attitude for Chris Brazzell is the word that's starting to filter out now. So that sucks. Emmanuel Pregnon at this point in the draft, I'm figuring something's wrong physically or off the field with him. So when I'm looking at this pick coming up for the Ravens in 3 picks, I'm looking at I'll take Brazzell out of it for now. I'm looking at Ted Hurst. Chris Bell would be another guy. Jacoby Lane has a lot of love out there. Michael Trigg and Justin Jolie, love both of those guys at tight end. Or you just go and you get Trey Zune or Sam Hecht at center.
Mhm.
That's the short list for me. I would take them Yuri over Halton at this point. I feel like Matabike is going to at least give it a try to come back. And I'm just going to go and get Lamar a weapon here or a center here, like last call for some of my favorite guys at that position. So I know Halton would be on your short list. If we took him, I would be happy as well. But that's where I stand. Yuri will start at the bottom and go up from there. Who's on your short list of what you would like to see here now that we're 3 picks away?
Yeah, I think Hurst is absolutely on there, just because of the fact that he isn't injured like Bell is. I think he's still a little more cleaner. Obviously, you're projecting a little bit because of the competition level, but man, Hecht was also our center one on our board. You want to talk about an athlete in space, elite zone run blocking skills, being able to get out there east west, be able to reach block. Like some of these guys, like their scheme didn't ask them to reach block, but Kansas State asked Heck to reach block a lot, and he got to his spots and was able to seal off and work some of those backside concepts as well, right? Zune, we've touched on Zune a little bit, but another guy. Hey, if the Ravens like their flavor a little bit more here, and they like the fact that Zune can also kick back the tackle if you need him to. And in a worst case scenario, I think that I one of like the first tweets I made in the offseason was like, hey, like Trey Zune would do a lot for our offensive line, not only as a starting player, but like in a worst case scenario, like who's the 6th man of the year? If you can get a really good 6th man of the year in the 3rd round, like I feel good about that. And then Halton as well. Like I can't, even though the Ravens are optimistic about Matabike coming back, there's still a lot to be uncovered there on where is he at. Is he going to come back week 1? Is he going to come back off of a pup, as Ryan suggested earlier with some of the players we were suggesting taking? Like, is he going to be there week 1? Is he going to be midway through the season? What's that going to look like, right? You can't have enough good pass rushing 3 techs. You just can't. It's hard to find in the NFL nowadays, right? We've talked about this class being a nose tackle heavy class, and probably one of the cleaner 3 tech prospects still available. I would not be against it at all.
Dev, what say you, brother? Who you got here? We got 2 picks away. Is Chris McClellan, nose tackle with some pass rush, a nose tackle plus, I would call him. Really good player.
Mm-hmm.
Had him in the 80s on the board, 90s, something like that. Just took him off that board. What say you? What's sticking out? What's the strategy here?
Yeah, I like what your breakdown with Hecht, because if he is that in the zone scheme and he can get out in space and he can move, that's a natural replacement for Linderbaum, and that would fit Ledford's build, because at some level, even with we can say they're going to use more duo and man and like those combo blocks to help because they've got Simpson, they've got Vanga, but like you still want to have that ability, right, for center. So I think he would be the right choice, and I would just go all in with the trenches, right? You actually really made a fantastic point, which is critical to roster construction, which I think a lot of our fans don't think about because they bitch about every single position being covered. It can't. That's why football is beautiful, right? It's not the Dodgers spending on every single player and just having this all-star roster. So they they're addressing the trenches. If that's where it's at, that's where it's at. You take your lumps a little bit I hear what you're saying, Jason, about weapons, but I would prioritize the center a little bit more, and then figure out receiver, tight end at that point. That's where I'm at.
Thoughts on trading back for our guy Alec? Alec, I'll be honest, no, bro. Like I would say, if anything,
not at this pick.
We got enough
this
picks.
Yeah,
We're looking good.
There's some good players. There's too many good players. Like I wouldn't, unless it's like 2-3 spots. But what are you gonna do with more picks? Like
Yeah.
they have.
Well, I mean, we could use our pick, use those more picks to get less picks and higher picks. Trade
Well, I
back
think
up.
do what you said before. Package the 5th round picks and get back in the 4th or something. I'm fine with that. Like an end of 4th comp, I would do that because, or sorry, 2 of the 5ths. I know they have 4, so it's like. Other than that, at this point, I would just stick and pick, and there's good players. They can't really.
I feel like this
go
is
wrong
almost like a sweet spot of the draft here. Like we're entering, hey guys, whatever you want. This is kind of the next 10 picks, 15 picks. It's time to get it now. So like I would like to make this pick at 80 and then try to take pick 120 or whatever it is, and maybe one of those 5th round or 2 of those 5th rounds, and see if we can trade those 2 or 3 picks to get back into this next like 10, 15 picks.
I'm just going to throw out one wild card that's going to drive everybody bonkers.
Go for it, brother.
Johnson, the running back.
Emmett Johnson. Yeah.
They brought him in for a visit. He's explosive. He's fun. He's a weapon. Yeah. And Justice Hill is getting older. He's coming off of a neck injury.
Yeah.
And you really don't. I mean, like, and then
Mitchell's gone.
And Ollie, and there's no Mitchell. So I'm not saying that they'll do that, but that's the one that if they did it, I wouldn't be surprised, and it would.
Yeah, this is where I'm going with ZXC. You maybe give up your 4th. Maybe you probably got to give up your next pick to get a 3rd, but a 4th and a 5th or 2, to get back into the 3rd. That's kind of where I'm looking at.
Actually, no, I don't mind that either. Now that you
another wild card I throw out there is either Trotter or Lewis at linebacker, right? I mean, Tedai and Simpson, we covered earlier that we hope that they don't spend a top 100 pick on them. But I do think it's worth noting that in Minter's first draft class, he took Dan Henley, who was a position convert, and then Kyle Lewis, who was a former safety, transitioned to linebacker. Another guy with a lot of range, a lot of coverage ability, playmaking. I can see that they would give their 3rd round pick to the defensive staff, maybe, and kind of be like, hey, like, who do you want your coverage player to play alongside Kyle Hamilton? Because at this point, Roquan Smith's coverage ability has kind of taken a step back. So I can see them maybe talking themselves into the linebacker, but I'm curious where this goes. I'm still looking at McCoy on the board.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is going on?
I saw that too.
How bad is the knee?
It's so unknown. I saw that too. I mean, what value though? If it works out, it's such a steal.
Couldn't hate that. That would be okay by me as well. If they really just wanted to take a swing for the fences.
Yeah.
I think we go center or receiver here. This seems to be where the most depth is. They kind of get to pick a couple talented guys.
Right. Save the tight
end. I think we're up. The Colts too.
I don't know what the hell is going on with my
team. We're up right now.
I'm behind you guys.
Running in place on the screen.
I am behind you guys.
Well, they haven't announced the next pick. The Colts took safety AJ Halsey, and then I accidentally saw the next pick. But yeah, we're on the clock. I won't spoil it.
I appreciate your honesty, though, man. That's an honest guy, right?
Well, I was the Colt. They're announcing the Colts pick's good. That's fair. But the Falcons already picked too, and I saw it, and I was like, "Dang it! I didn't mean to see it." But we are officially on the clock in real life.
AJ Halsey's a bad man, by the way. I love him. Interceptions and hits. He is the enforcer at safety, like Emmanuel McNeil Warren level. But this guy actually. He's a ball hawk too, man. AJ Halsey, hell of a player. If we needed a safety, he would have been much higher on my board, man. Like I love me some AJ Halsey. Watching his highlights now at LSU.
Yeah, just reverting back a couple picks. Caleb Douglas. That was another huge. What do you call it? Texas Tech had like. Both of the receivers that are projected to go in this draft were both like tall, lanky type guys. Another guy I got to see at the Senior Bowl, Ian Cunningham, who is a draft analyst that I respect and take a lot of information and knowledge. Like that was one of the first players that he put me on at that Senior Bowl outing. And man, for him to go that high, I definitely am interested to see how that turns out.
Dropping names out there, Yuri? We were rubbing
Ian
elbows.
Cunningham, like if you want a draft analyst that knows literally everything in the world and can give you a paragraph of scouting report on 300 and 400 different players, like
Nice.
that guy knows his stuff. He helped me a lot too because I was at that Senior Bowl and I did a lot of work on the defensive line and edge, but he really helped me with some of the other positions.
So little ball muscle is gone, Zachariah Branch.
Yeah.
Thank you for keeping it a secret
Falcons.
there, Ryan.
Yeah. I didn't mean to see it. I don't even want to look. I'm not looking at the Ravens pick.
I
I
closed our
just
comments.
accidentally. It was
Closed our
X.
comments, man.
X got me the freaking
So if
Jordan
you
Schultz.
send in the super chat
tweeted
right
out.
now, I'm not seeing it. I can't do it, dude. Like I put too much effort into the draft, and maybe it's just because I'll be 50 this year. Maybe it's just the old school in me. But last year when those picks were like last night when those picks were like
It sucks.
5 picks behind on TV, like it ticked me off.
Oh,
Dev, I was ticked.
So it's funny you mentioned that. I was watching it and we do this every year. I watch it with my friend who's a Bills fan, and this is the first year that I was as much off of Twitter as possible. I had different text chats though, and I had to mute them, flip my phone over because we got to a point where I was like, this is going old school. Like, I don't have any other way of knowing if I can just stay away from my device.
Yeah.
And it was a lot more enjoyable that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like it was hard for us on here because
Of course.
I looked in the chat and I saw a pick, and I was like literally in the middle of discussing this guy as a possibility for the Ravens. And they're like, he's gone. It's like, all right, well, this is screwing up. This is screwing up the coverage.
Isn't
now.
there the way they can control the leaks? Is it just that many people? Like it takes that long for them to make the call until it like gets announced that there's too many people there? I wish that there was a way that you had to wait until like we all kind of watched it at the same time.
All right, here we go. Mark Ingram on stage now.
Oh yeah. All right, let's get it.
I think us on the panel here are looking for wide receiver.
I
center.
agree.
I would be psyched about Ted
receiver center. Yeah. Hurst, Brazzell, Lane, Bell.
Grayson Halton being a wild card as a true pass rushing defensive lineman who can play the run pretty well too. All right, show me some good-looking Ravens fans here. Well, there's Mark Ingram's son, good-looking kid. Mark's talking. Not as much as Mark Rippon. Mark Rippon out talking Mark Ingram was not on my bingo card.
Maybe Scott. I didn't even see that on the board.
Hey, some fans are going to be happy. A name that was mentioned, Dev, a wide receiver, not Ted Hurst. It is Jacoby Lane out of USC.
Okay, all right. Wow. Yes, that name did come up. A lot of people turned me on to him.
Yeah, he had a strong combine. I saw him making some plays at the combine.
I gotta be honest with you guys. Like, I'm gonna totally lean on you guys. I said the same thing to you, Jason. I did not look at him at all. So I have nothing to bring to the table. I'm a sponge that just wants to. But 6'4", right off the bat, just the profile. Is he that X kind of type of receiver that DeCosta's been talking about?
He can be. I think he has issues getting off of press, though. Just, some of his athleticism is tremendous. And then for some reason, again, kind of like Fields, he's always covered. And I saw Yuri make a face. It wasn't a good showing at the Senior Bowl. So it kind of surprises me. Like usually the Ravens take people who are excellent at the Senior Bowl, but I didn't love his Senior Bowl. Here's my notes on him. Ability to separate, question mark. Nice hands, makes the acrobatic catch. Ball tracking is clean, and he looks good on dig routes. So those routes that you see Zay Flowers run a lot, where it's 10 yards down the field and in breaking routes, he looks good on those. He gets a little too cute in his releases, and that's where he gets jammed up. He's a glider that chops his feet well. I'm concerned that he'll get beat up through his routes in the NFL. He's active trying to get positioning with his hands and body, but gets too occupied doing it, just upright overall from releasing. So he's actively trying for yak, his body control and catch radius, obvious on his side. So there you go. Like my main concern with him is he's going to get beat up through the routes as he plays in the NFL.
I just saw Kerry Colbert in the room, and that's a connection, right? So wasn't he at USC or well, no, not recent. He's been in the league. I know he's been at USC though. Or am I wrong here? I'm trying to.
We're just talking about is our
Kerry Colbert's
wide
the new
receiver.
receivers coach. Yeah, our new receiver coach.
Okay.
Kerry Colbert. I'm just trying to think because he was. They just showed him in the war room, super pumped.
All right.
And I think there's a USC connection of some sort. I'm looking it up. Bear with me here.
So Lane, Yuri, I know he's not your favorite player. Definitely great at the catch point. I love him at the catch point. But his ability to get open, it's going to be important for him to gain trust with Lamar, I would think.
Yeah, the reason why I made that face is because he got beat up a lot at the Senior Bowl. Like he was, those reps are very uncontrolled. So he, like, anytime any sort of physicality was applied to him, he kind of, the rep kind of ended there. So certainly a ball of clay, and kind of to the point we were trying to make earlier, like, hey, let's give someone a ball of clay. It's going to be someone for the receivers coach to mold because the athleticism and upside is there. But the physicality, I think, is something that's a little more innate when it comes to receivers. And yeah, it's a developmental upside type of pick. But they went with a receiver, and they went with one that can play above the rim and kind of be that basketball above the rim type of player. So it'll really depend a lot on, Jason, what you were saying with the chemistry between him and Lamar. I think that's going to play a big factor into how well he develops.
Hey,
Can we develop a wide receiver? We haven't been able to develop a mid-round wide receiver in the past.
That's a good question.
I think one of
UCLA,
the positives of adding Jacoby Lane, I forget who mentioned it, somebody on the panel. We don't have a receiver quite with his skill set. And, Jacoby Lane gives us something we don't have. A big, strong, contested catch specialist. So we were talking about Malachi Fields. If you liked Malachi Fields, you should like Jacoby Lane. Same type of receiver. He's not going to burn it up through the route. 4.47 sounds about right. I mean, look at the 40-inch vert, 32 and 5/8-inch arms. His arms are 2 inches longer than Reuben Baines. He's got some O-line like arms and an acrobat when the ball's in the air. And once he gains position, rarely gives it up, as you can see from the notes. So he will get beat up through his routes, but once I don't know, I think he gets a little too occupied with the hand fighting and the everything else instead of just trying to get away and trying to separate. Not the greatest separator. Yuri, I don't know if you agree. I label him as a boom or bust type guy.
Yeah, I think this is like absolutely a boom or bust type of pick. I don't feel confident about the floor of him, but I do feel confident that if the staff can build him up, that the ceiling might be high. But man, the floor is very scary.
So if you think like Kerry Colbert, that is a connection. Not recent, but he was the receivers coach at USC up until 2022, and then he got into the league, played at USC. I'm sure he's got the intel, right? And he's the new receivers coach. So getting back to your point, Ryan, they've had good receivers coaches, like just going through recently with
Keith Williams.
Keith Williams, yeah. So like it's not like they haven't had on paper the coaching, but does he present some of the things that Doyle needed from, Dunes? I mean, that's like at the high level. I'm just saying like that kernel of that game and like what they would need from that position, like the physicality going up to get, if he's a contested catch guy, I like that because I've been wanting a contested catch guy, somebody with the size, some of the dimensions, like you have the catch radius posted here. I love that. If they can just get him right on these things, the release, the technique, again, that's where your coaches come in. If you believe in Colbert, you believe in Doyle, you believe in that staff, I'm okay with it because at this point, obviously you got one ace with Zay, and they're just looking for somebody to come up on some level with him. And like, I love Bateman. I'm a Bateman fan. I know, and you guys know that. I agree that it's hard to put my faith in him to play full 17 games and actually deliver. I want to say I would like to just chalk last year up to being a weird year. And you could put a lot of players in that category from this team last year. So I still have some faith in him, but it's like they just do not have a reliable number two. And with the loss of Likely, it's compounded. So maybe taking a guy with a high upside capability here is the way to go. Like I'd rather swing for that possibility is my final.
Yeah, love it, dude. I love it. And I'm going to throw out another thought. Maybe Jacoby Lane is a big slot. Maybe he's Isaiah Likely.
I like that.
That's where my head went with Likely, like replacing that type of, because we talked about it earlier. Like that's a missing chunk out of our offense from a pass catcher standpoint. Like Lamar was giving it to Likely in contested situations. Yeah.
And as much as Mark Andrews has been able to do some of that earlier, that's just not what you're going to bank on now. And even if they got Njoku or, like a tight end, like maybe they do end up going that route. Like now you've kind of started lining up some of that. I agree. I think that is, and I was just thinking that when you guys were describing that element and how that is that to me is a bigger miss than the yak stuff that Likely did. Like Likely's yak stuff is special, but I think they can do the different things to address that, right? With play calling and some of the things they could do, but like the contested part is tough.
Yeah,
you think he gets on the field? Yeah. You think he gets on the field often, early, or do you think not obviously like probably over Zay and Bateman in playing time? But I'm saying, how long do you think it would take to develop him? Is he just kind of situationally used? Are we seeing like a D-Hop type volume with Lane in the first year? Does it like take time to develop him here? Or I mean, we don't know the future, but what are your guys' thoughts on like how quick the development could take?
It depends on how quick the hand fighting is going to come. I think is that's the biggest mastery to me is how do you create leverage late in the route, and that's just not something that he was good at. So I think that's going to take a little bit of time. But once that gets figured out, then you can kind of focus on him being more of that contested catch guy we're talking about. But great point on the free releases out of the slot. That might kind of mitigate some of his issues as a route runner, right? And
Thank you, dude. Yeah, like almost like a transition to tight end here.
They don't have a slot either. That's they just don't. Like you could put Bateman in the slot and do some of that, but it's not like they don't have they don't have a true slot, I should say.
Right. And not saying like he's going to officially transition to tight end. So please don't take it literally. I'm just saying we've been a 12 personnel team. We have been a 2 tight end team. So maybe we are going away from that and using a receiver in Likely spot as the big slot, whether you call him a big, whether it's a tight end or a wide receiver, it's a big guy in the slot. Maybe Jacoby Lane can be that. But yeah, I agree with Yuri, Ryan, that if you give him free releases off the line, like I think that any scout that has watched him is like worried that this kid is going to get beat up off the line of scrimmage, get beat up through the routes. Upright, just not a very nuanced, not really a quick player. Like he's explosive, but he's not going to shake you like Zay. So you get what a professional cornerback, they're going to press the hell out of him. He's going to have a hard time getting off the line of scrimmage. The timing of the routes are going to be disruptive. You put him at tight end, he's up off the line of scrimmage in the slot. That kind of negates a lot of that problems. And then I love his ability off schedule. If he can get on the same page with Lamar and stuff breaks down, this is a 6'4" dude with a 40-inch vert. And it shows on the field at the catch point. So he can bail out Lamar on these third down plays. And, hey, where's Jacoby Lane at? I'll just throw it up to him and trust him. So it's going to be important to me, Ryan, when you asked out quickly, he's got to build it with Lamar. He's not going to be a timing guy like Zay, where it's going to be like, I need you to be at this spot at this time. That's going to take forever. He may never be that kind of receiver. But to go up and get a guy, yeah, there you go. So it's more D-Hop than anything else.
Yeah, makes sense.
And more like 2025 D-Hop than
Right. Excuse me.
Yeah. Right. That's where my head was. So yeah, we're on the same page. I
Yeah,
was
but
thinking
thank
that.
you, Yuri, because somebody's going to be in the comments.
No, yeah, not prime Diop. Yeah, for
Right, yeah.
sure. That's hilarious.
I'm starting to dig it more and more as a fit. They have a need for that aspect.
Yeah.
They definitely have a need for that aspect. The thing is, once you get to this point in the draft, every player has stuff to work on.
Yeah.
Just the way it goes. Like you could have any receiver, anything like of the sort. So it's a matter of, and I remember this really standing out, guys. Was I had the chance to attend Joe Ortiz addressing the media after the 2021 draft. So they did that. They opened that up to the media. It was a closed session. And his point was, it's now up to the comfort level we have in our coaches to develop the things that are missing or like on paper, like OA, like, because the point was brought up about OA not finishing on sacks. So like we see enough out of him being disruptive, pressures, and it's like in our building we believe that we can firm that up. Now that didn't exactly transpire all the way, but I mean to an extent, yes. But like it gets back to that. It gets back to like, okay, everybody's got something to work on at this point. So, you know, do they have confidence that they can get that stuff cleaned up, shored up? And that's fair. Like I think he represents the things they need, though. If they take another small receiver like Zay, not just a small receiver like Zay, but like all the things Zay represents, then that would be a bad receiver to take. In my mind, at least.
Yeah, I think those are good points. I think the biggest thing to me, just kind of getting along the lines of the development, is that okay, what is it? They mentioned in one of their pressers, what does he do well now, right? And let's play to that strength. And we know now,
Yeah.
right, when he does beat press and get into those routes and play above the rim, we know that he can make some of those off script, back shoulder, whatever, buzzword that makes you feel good about the fact that he can go up and play above the rim, right? So
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be it certainly I'll say it that wasn't my first idea there at pick 80, right? There's other receivers that we liked and other positions, but I'm willing, at least with the new coaching staff, to be a little more patient, and that let's see what they can do with the ball of clay first before I be like, hey, like, you know what, like this just isn't gonna work.
That's a great point too. That's where I've been at this. I don't know how you guys have dealt with this in various content channels and or like Twitter space, right? Like I feel like that's a default reaction from like fans and followers. It's like every single thought that's connected back to that staff, and I'm like, I'm not saying it's all the way wiped away, but it's like there's so many things that I can't even really put my mind on all the way because it's a different group. It's just like I just don't want to default to this being a perfect example. Is like a classic thing would be like they can't develop receivers after round one or whatever. Like they just don't have the track record. But I don't know if that's something I can hang my hat on with a new staff. Scheme's going to change too. It's a West Coast offense. So what does that mean for a guy like Lane? What Monken did with the routes, the releases, right? Like that attack approach did put, I think, a little bit more pressure on the receivers to win at the line. Like they didn't have the boot. You just don't have that supportive boot action and those types of things. All the ability to manipulate the defense to get them out of position. So that's just something he didn't do as much. And they didn't do it from under center as much. I don't know. That's just one example. Like, and maybe this guy, maybe that's another thing. Like, it's a great point. It's just a great macro point that you hit on. That let's pump the brakes. Let's see what he can do
Yeah.
with the staff.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have to
I
detach.
just-
We have to detach from the old
Okay.
ways, man. It's just I think it's just like fan. It's just been the same way for a while, and we haven't had the track record like you said. So it's like a default, like, oh man, like, are we going to be able to develop a mid-round receiver? But it doesn't make any sense to still have that take right now. We're on wait and see mode. We've been saying it a few times tonight. We have to put faith in the new coaching staff until proven otherwise, right? Like a couple years down the road, if things aren't working out the same way, and we're probably always going to compare this pick to the other receivers that were available, because I don't know if you guys saw, but right after Lane, Brazzell goes to the Panthers at 83, and then Ted Hurst goes to the Bucks at 84. So they all went right there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I think this graphic is key, and this is, a really contentious point among scouts right here, and that's the contested catches. There are scouts and there are coaches, so it's not just the scouts that, like the best ability a receiver can have is to get open by himself, to not have to rely on my scheme. Jacoby Lane is the opposite of that. You look at and Drezon, thank you so much for the super chat to Ryan's channel there.
Thank you,
Jacoby
man.
Lane with a catch rate concern, shaking his head. Yeah, 1/3 of Jacoby Lane's targets were contested. So, I know a lot of you don't know me. Maybe you question my ability to scout. But I'm telling you, when it's talking about getting open and him getting beat up through the routes, it's all over his tape. What he does make up for it, you say, he did catch almost half of his contested targets, which is middle of the pack. You can look, Carnell Tate caught 69% of contested targets. Denzel Boston, 61. So they're coming down. They're making a 50-50 ball, greater than 50-50. Jacoby Lane, a 50-50 ball is a 50-50 ball at the college level. Highest level of contested catches in the class does not get open at the college level. Can you expect that to improve at the NFL level? So as much as I love his ability to be a red zone weapon, to be a third down weapon, to be a pseudo tight end, I mean, if you go by these advanced stats and you go by almost every scouting report, Jacoby Lane can't get open by himself. He's going to need to try to find space in zone. And maybe Declan Doyle says, look, I can scheme this guy open. I want his ability to finish and to be a big target. So thank you, Drezon, 18.
Well, you just made it. I mean, you just hit on it too, right? Like, how much influence does a guy like Doyle have? Probably a ton, right? So it's like, this is somebody I can use. Like, I can make it work. I need this element, and we're gonna use them over the middle of the field. It's just one example, or and maybe they believe that they have enough things that they can do with the formations and where the receivers are lined up that they could do some sleight of hand, and he could end up being in the slot, and they can make that work, right? It's just hard to say, but I like there's things that I like and there's things I don't like, but I'll say that at this point, third round, I'm good with it for the most part.
Right.
Yeah,
If that's what the collective, right, like the new staff and the scouts came up with, is like, hey, like, we think Jacoby Lane can be more at the next level, then I wouldn't say I'm completely okay with it, right? Because, I mean, you still have to follow the respective of your scouting process. And I do think the biggest thing with me for him is just the strength, right? He has to get stronger. He's very thin. Like, you could see from all the clips they showed, like, he is 6'4", 200, and he looks incredibly thin. So I think the biggest thing is to get into a weight room and try and get him into similar with Tez Walker, right? Another very thin player that struggles with getting beat off and pushed off a press, but you have that vertical ability with both of them, and hopefully the upside with the coaching staff being able to develop that.
Yeah.
Interesting. I find it funny that Denzel Boston got knocked through this whole process, because he can't run routes and stuff like that. Look at Denzel Boston's contested catch rate, only 18%. That man comes down with 61% of them. So Denzel Boston is an elite separator compared to Jacoby Lane. So we will see. I'm always reserve my judgment on him. The part that hurts for me is that, okay, if Chris Brazzell wasn't an option, he was off our board for whatever reason. The reason he fell. Ted Hurst, man, I love Ted Hurst. I would have loved to seen the same skill set from a more explosive player. Like
And
Ted
Lance.
Hurst is 6'4" too. Like he can jump too. Like what's going on there?
Yeah, and Lance there, you have him as well. Like there's a very large grouping of players who are around the same percent of targets contested and have a higher rate. So we'll see. They trusted their scouting, which is something I've been imploring them to do for a while. It's like, hey, like take a player that you believe in over some of the other guys. But the back end is now how the coach is going to extract that out of them.
Right. So there we go. We covered it. Some mixed, honest feelings about Jacoby Lane. I think we're all happy that we got a receiver with that kind of size. At least height. Yuri said it best. Needs to add some play strength, getting beat up through the routes, and being able to do the little things, I think, is where the coaching staff can help him. Just not relying, like in college, you can be 6'4" and have a 40-inch vert and be productive. In the pros, it doesn't necessarily work like that. So maybe he's the kind of guy that's coasted on his talent a little bit, wasn't coached up as well. To be a little more nuanced in his routes, maybe he improves as a route runner. Maybe they just like to use him against heavy zone defenses, so he doesn't have to beat man. He just has to, settle into his zone to be effective. So it's a wait and see for me. He does have build-up speed. It's a long strider. It takes him a while to get open, if he does get open. But once he is open, he stays open, which I do like about him.
Right, and USC is another one of those offenses that like they work guys into free releases. So we saw with Declan Doyle with some of their players and getting Burden involved down the stretch, and Adunze and DJ Moore. They worked a lot of free releases for those guys, and I think to Dev's point with some of the under center play action boot stuff, right? You can see Jacoby Lane kind of working some of those concepts, and especially as a big slot running that backside zig route off
That's
of
the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And I think Roma Dones. Keep butchering his last name. Dunze. I think I've done that. I did that for a year. But that was what he did. Like if you look at that Bears Ravens game, right? There was a number of those routes, overs, but just stuff over the middle where they let him go up and get the ball and like use his body, box out. So yeah, I think that is something that shapes up. The big slot is something that shapes up. Can he be a Diet Cola version of Likely, or in some ways they replace that and then they add an I think this is looking like more and more they're going to just add Njoku after the draft. Like I would be very surprised if that's not how it went down. And Pregnon went.
Yeah, he just went to the Jags.
All right. They made up for it after that other weird pick. What was the other?
Yeah, probably the Jags' best pick, right? The other guys they took.
I just think, if I was to get back to the conversation of what they have in terms of weapons to support Lamar, and I think that's a valid concern. Like the one thing is Bell was, to me, based on everything you guys said, it matched up with how I feel about Bell. Like his upside, no doubt, was the upside you would have from a starting receiver. Potentially, like that's the highest upside, but you also don't know when he'll be available. There's a risk on the injury. So I can see it both ways, right? Like when you have a player like Lane can just, from a health perspective, hit the ground running, and that gives him the leg up. So I can see it on both sides where it's like Bell gives you the better player probably, but it is a risk, and he very well could be a non-contributor. Yeah, he didn't get picked yet. Oh,
No.
What's up, Engraven? Yep.
What's
Hey,
up,
what's up,
Engraven?
buddy?
nah,
Yeah, he didn't get
not
picked yet.
So
Well,
that's he's still out there.
I thought about Engravens. We did a video, the perfect draft, on my channel, and Engraven went with Ioane in the first. Then he went with Chris Brazzell, the receiver, in the second. Then he went with the edge player in the third. And the Ravens have done almost the same thing. Ioane in the first, but they went edge in the second, receiver in the third. So same three positions that Engraven was hoping that we would get. If the board was equal, if the board fell the right way, was the exercise. So the Ravens, I think, have done a good job. One other thing I want to mention is with Jacoby Lane, the bigger team, the more physical team that Jesse Minter, I think, clearly wants to build. Ioane, Zion Young, Jacoby Lane. We got our high catch point guy who can, catch the ball in cold weather, be the big receiver, jump ball receiver that we were missing. We got the big edge and we got the big guard. So certainly, if you looked at this Ravens team, maybe Jesse Minter looked at it and be like, this ain't the Ravens I remember. This is a lot of finesse going on. Our O line's getting beat up. D line's getting manhandled a little bit. We got a lot of smaller receivers, quicker receivers. Let's add some size to this team. I think the Ravens, you can't argue. They've done that.
Yeah, 100%. Another interesting little tidbit. I saw Jeff just put this up, but former Ravens tight end Todd Heap was one of Jacoby Lane's high school football assistant coaches. So, little Raven.
There you go.
Doesn't move the needle, but just an interesting.
There's something, like what's all the intel that they could accumulate on him?
Interesting.
I just
whoa.
Something. I'm like a step.
Yeah, more like receivers going.
Receivers.
I saw
Davion Thomas.
And I'm like, maybe they like Caleb Douglas, Davion Thomas is another Senior Bowl guy that I was like, oh, okay. So
they're all going right now. There's a run on receivers.
And now it's funny. Kalen Black gets picked by the Niners. Somebody that a lot of people didn't even have in their top 200. Just goes to show you how fluid this running back position is. Mike Washington still on the board, runs a 4.33 at running back at 6'1". He's still on the board.
It's probably a beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah,
type deal with this position, and also the fact that the depth isn't very good, but like it's something where teams that like the Niners value running back, so they're still going to take a running back.
They take one every year in like the third or fourth round.
It's like clockwork.
Yeah. Still upset they let Keaton go, though. Still upset.
I pulled up the beast, and Jacoby Lane is like Dane does not like Jacoby Lane.
I mean, yeah.
24th best receiver. I was trying to find him. I'm like, where? Whoa, he's way down the list.
Yeah, we had him at 150, around the 150s in terms of big board ranking. So
yeah, he's
definitely there's room to grow for him. We'll see how it turns out, right? I mean, hey, look, they made a risk and a gamble, and there's other receivers that went after him that could turn out better, and we'll revisit in a couple of years.
Yeah. So you thought I was the Jacoby Lane hater, Dev, and I had him all the way up at 76. We took him at 80, so
spot on.
Not great value, but he went right around where I thought he would.
I trust your scouting acumen all the way.
I mean, look, he bombed the Senior Bowl. Jacoby Lane bombed the Senior Bowl.
That's why I think I was so low on him. Because like I saw it Senior Bowl and I'm like, man,
it wasn't good, dude. And in the end, I just stood on the tape that I saw. Jacoby Lane to me was much better in pads than he was at any of these workouts. I'm going to base it off the tape first and foremost. So yeah, he looks better in pads than he did, without him at the Senior Bowl when dudes were just kind of manhandling him. Not that they don't wear pads, but you get what I mean. They weren't hitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was. I don't know what team made a point like going to the combine, going to the Senior Bowl, like kind of skews your opinion, but it was it definitely like self-scouting, like Caleb Banks, right? Like that was someone that, even though he went, 18th overall, and I said he had a top 10 grade, like I was absolutely skewed, like going to Senior Bowl and seeing him go out there and dominate. And some of the other like edge rushers, the power reps, and someone that I was probably too low on that I don't think we touched on was Markel Bell to the Eagles a while ago, like pick 60 something, very early for a guy that had round 4, I think, consensus on him. So just kind of the event of the Senior Bowl kind of skews you a little bit. So we'll hopefully, if Jacoby Lane turns out to be better than I was suggesting, then I'm all for it.
What's up, Slut? What's going on, man? Great
What's up,
seeing
man?
you. Thanks for all your participation and help last night. We're getting a wide range of opinions on Jacoby Lane. I've been looking at the comments. Some people love him, thought he was going to go earlier. Some people dislike him, calling him Miles Boykin 2.0. I called him a boomer bust type prospect. He gives us size. He can't get himself open. We showed a 1/3 of his catches attempts were contested. So wide range of opinion, Suts. Wide range of opinion. Can't wait till you guys watch a couple of games. You can find cut-ups of games on YouTube, but a lot of people don't have the patience to watch it because, obviously Jacoby Lane's not getting the ball every time, so you get to watch him do a lot of nothing.
There's an account on YouTube. It's like just the film or just the tape or something, and it has every target that player's gotten throughout the whole season. And for like some of the receivers, the games just weren't on the film drive. Like that was very beneficial.
That's a smart account then. So
Yeah,
and it's not getting banned because it's not film.
Oh, so it's like chopped up.
Yeah, like it's like it's game tape of like you're seeing it from like how you're watching it on TV, but the player's going to obviously get the ball, so you're not skipping to the next play because at least it's going to be a target his way. Right. So I thought that was a really good account.
Yeah, it's smart.
No, it's a helpful tool because it's for the same reasons Trey Zune goes to the Raiders. Ouch.
Yeah, what are we doing at? So we're at what, 115 is our next pick?
Yeah.
I will probably obviously add someone at center, but like the center plan has shifted a little because like all the names that everyone's been talking about. Well, I guess
Hecht's still out there.
Hecht and Lou, but we're not up for a while, do they? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. This is where I'm calling for the aggressive EDC, man.
There's not many left.
Just go up, move up, take your fifths, move up in the fourth.
I'd feel better if we just grabbed a center and then it's like, okay, at least we know. Because, even at this point in the draft, I still think there's going to be a healthy competition at center. Like, nobody we take is the guaranteed starter. But it scares me a little to not have one yet.
They probably want to play him at guard. So he was the left tackle at A&M. Going to have to move inside. So, yeah, but that just goes to show you a strong enough player, guys, where Trey Zune could play guard. He would have been a center here. That's all.
Yeah, and it just gets back to this in terms of center. Like they really just might like what they have in the building with Bullock. Not that he won't have competition. I think they'll still get
Rogers last year too, right?
The
Raiders. I think they got Caleb Rogers.
Yeah, they did.
He was another Texas. He was a Texas Tech.
I think that's
tackle convert to guard. So that was another guy that I was pretty high on last year. So I think just real quick on Zune, I think we talked about him a little bit earlier, but his phone booth, like pass protection, the comp they gave for him was Max Unger. It's
a fun player.
That's a fun player, but I think that pairs really well with Linderbaum. 9.96 relative athletic score.
Yeah, I think we already got our center in the building.
I
think that's some of that. Yeah, I think some of that's valid. I wouldn't. That doesn't mean they won't take a center in round 4. It's just, again, it gets back to what you said, Ryan. It's like
competition.
Maybe they have 3-way competition, but Pinter's kind of like. I don't think he's like if you have to throw him in game one center, you could line up and do that. I think that's where he's at. I don't think he's a viable solution for the entire season, but between him and Bullock, and then if you draft someone, so like that's reasonable. Whereas the other guys that went before, you could, I think, comfortably just slot them in and they could start.
Yeah, it feels so much better that we got Vanga sitting beside.
But that to me is also
that helps.
I think that's the philosophy shift as well. Yeah. Like it's just the idea that okay, we have upgraded guard to make it easier for that center. So let's not put all the pressure on that center to come in and really just be Linderbaum. Like they've shifted like pretty. It's funny how they did make that shift with the strength of the line, and now they've shifted it. And listen, like we've seen the impact of a really good guard in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Like what Yanda represented. And frankly, when Yanda and Assembly were playing together, like what that represented, like it's like what you've been saying, Jason, for months now. I don't want to bag on center. I do think it's important, but I don't know. They might just be getting back to like, we've got really good guards. We've got really good tackles on paper. We'll figure this thing out. Like center's not as big of a thing ultimately. Like we'll get a quality enough guy who can handle it.
Right.
That's what it looks. That's what it's looking like right now.
You get a smart, tough football player and move him to center if he has experience there. I mean, that could very well be their plan. There could be tackles on this board like Caleb Tiernan. I was kind of surprised he's still there. Diogo Pounds, Jude Bowery can play out inside. And then you got a guy like, hey, Brian Parker could be a really good center. Parker Brailsford is an excellent football player. He's just undersized. Jagger Burton's a center. Maybe they have their eye on Connor Liu and just were like, look, he's the best center in the class. He's just hurt. We like where his medicals are standing, so we'll go a half year with Corey Bullock and Brian Pinter, and then we'll bring Liu in later in the season. So we'll see.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be cool if one of those fell to our next pick. It would kind of work out. You know, the board's been falling. Obviously, we'll see how the receiver thing works out, but the board's been falling to our favor a lot of this draft. Like one or two of those guys could fall. I just saw like earlier tonight we had such a group of centers, you know, and then it's just really dwindled down there. So I was like, all right, man, we don't have our pick of the litter anymore.
Yeah,
but they had to have a backup plan regardless. I mean, you don't just not address it if you're not confident in an alternative, or there's still another plan here to develop.
I totally agree with that. It's what's coming to fruition. It's smart, though. It's the smart way to approach this, because when you're picking where they were in round 3, I mean, unless you went up and got your center, I don't think any of us would have taken any of those centers, though, over Zion Young, right? So, like, it's not –
No.
You're just not – that's just to me, like, that's an overreaction. And they should have come into this thing saying the centers are in round 3, but we're in a spot where it's going to be tough to get one of them. We're just going to have to figure – like, are we comfortable with that? Or do we need to – are we having to trade up to get one? Like, that's the conversations that they've had. And clearly they're comfortable with what they have. In the sense that you get Vanga, right? Like this is all contingent on we have this – we're going to get Vanga. That is a massive upgrade, right? We signed Simpson. You can say what you want about him, but like they like him better than that probably like 90% of the fan base does, right? Like, so,
right, yeah.
I think that's fine and workable for Doyle. Like all this comes down to what does he have to work with, the pieces that he's comfortable with. And I think that's the sensible plan. You come in, you can't control the third round. Like it's just difficult unless they had moved up. They traded up, they put the 5th round picks together. They just said, all right, we're going to like get to the top of 3rd. They didn't do that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Draft
Because of
grades
the way
so
the first
far.
2 rounds went. Yeah.
Sut's going to challenge us, man. Give a draft grade so far.
Tonight or overall?
I think he's talking about the overall, bro. I think we get to count Vega in this. I mean, that would seem unfair.
C+ feels low.
Yeah, C+
I'm-
feels
That's
low,
pretty
bro.
low.
I'm gonna go. It's so unfinished, so it's hard to give a grade right now. But I'm gonna go B. The Lane pick is the one that's up in the air, but I absolutely love the other picks. So I'd say B or B+. I'm at right now.
The first 2, I feel B+.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think Zion Young, like that was, you talk about like earlier we were talking about like the culture fit with him and some of the other players and bringing physicality back to the defense. Like he is a insane human being. Like I remember my interview with him and I just like talking to him like this guy just wants to rip your face off. And I just that elevated kind of my draft grade in a sense. And I think Lane, if I had to grade the Lane like pick individually, like flat out, like I'd probably give that a C+ or C-. Like, hey, like there's better receivers on the board. The coaching staff is going to have to develop them, but the overall grade to me right now is a B+. But I think day 3 here they need to finish strong. As we discussed, center, potentially another defensive tackle. Right, we only have a couple on the roster. Maybe DJ Reader, maybe not. Definitely a developmental tight end, potentially a running back because Ali, and Hill have not been reliable at this point, and we've seen enough tape to determine that. And then Mitchell's gone, so yeah, definitely a more needs to fill out here, but they're really more arbitrary needs. We hit the big one, which was guard and edge. So
Yeah.
B+.
Yeah,
with
for
you.
me, go ahead, Dev. Go ahead.
Oh, I can go after you.
I was going to say, I don't see how you could say the first pick was anything other than an A. Like A+ to me, but that's an A pick. You got a blue chip player, a guy that could be your next Marshall Yonda. Extremely high floor, extremely high ceiling, the best pass protector, maybe among all positions. No sacks allowed in the last 2 years. So how can you complain about the Venga pick and complain about Lamar's not being protected? No, we made it a priority to protect Lamar. Second round pick. I mean, I don't see how you can't like Zion Young. That's also an A pick for me. It's a guy we were hoping would drop. It's a guy we were naming, not just me, but many Ravens fans. No chance this guy drops. Well, he dropped to 45 and we got him. And then Jacoby Lane, just quite frankly, isn't a player that I was very interested in. So, from that aspect, it's a below average pick to me. So for me, it's like a A+, an A, and like a below average, a D. And I say I'll just give it a B. It's like in the B range so far. The most important picks, the ones that really count the most, we nailed them.
Yeah, I agree. I would go A+, because with Young, I just think because of where they got him on top of the player. So he's one of the best, he's one of the top 30, 35 players, whatever. I mean, they got him at 45. So let's just call it top 30. So he's first round capable, first round type player. There's just positional stuff that made it so that he wasn't taken the first round. And I understand that. Like there was guys that went before him that just at other positions that people needed or whatever. So, and the things that he brings to the table with the run game and like his ability to play the run just aren't on that same, it's not as valued as pass rush. But even with that being the case, if I give Lane like a C-, I give him more of like a C, because I think he does from his game and the profile, aside from the fact that he can't get off press, but the other stuff, big body, contested catch guy, yeah, they needed some of that. So to think that they didn't hit on that part is probably not representing it correctly, right? So I think B, like you said, you're a B+, like B, strong B+ to me, because the first 2 picks were just, they knocked it out of the park.
The home runs, right?
Yeah, and also let's just throw out there, like we also have to grade them on a curve a little bit, because a team like Cleveland, of course, is going to have like just awesome picks, and they have so many needs. And oh my God, they needed receiver. They got receivers. The Ravens are going to have one guy plug and play starter, right? We know that. I mean, Young's not going to play. Young's a rotational guy. Lane's a rotational guy. Whoever they draft in round 4 is rotational. Like, this is something the fans should also kind of keep in mind. You don't have that many spots up for grabs when you're a team this with the talent that they have, and so I think that's where I'm looking at. Like, they really concentrated on those first 2 picks. Those 2 picks they absolutely needed, and they hit on them. And let's see what they do in round 4. If they come back with a center, I like that combination, and then you just kind of get a tight end elsewhere. I'm okay with that. Like, I'm good with that. If that's the plan, like they get Njoku, they sign Njoku, fine. Like, just kind of go with that.
Hey, good night, Samuel Moore. Appreciate you. He's giving it a B+. 2 days down, 1 day to go. See you fellas tomorrow
Appreciate
for
you,
sure.
Sam.
Go Raven. Yeah, appreciate you so much, Sam. God bless you. It's great
Yeah.
seeing you. Yeah. Yes. I think Jacoby Lane obviously is a little bit polarizing in the pick, but I mean, I don't think you can complain at all about. I don't think you can do anything but love the first 2 picks. I mean,
No, it changes things. Yeah. Those 2, I think, are quick impact players that move the needle in positions of need. Not that we don't need a receiver, but we can afford to have a little bit of a slow progression with Lane if that's needed.
yeah, and again, I don't see how that's like purple Kool-Aid sipping. Like, bro, you got 2 of the best players at their position in the
I
draft.
don't understand. Like no. You know what? I'm gonna push back. I know you're on the stream. I'm gonna push back on that. There is no purple Kool-Aid sipping going on right now. You got a guard that has been compared to the only other guard that has been rated as a better prospect is Quentin Nelson, who's going to go to the Hall of Fame. So let's start with that. There's been a lot of complaining about Falele for 2 seasons now. So they made that priority number 1, and they got a dude that can play on the edge. Like, so they hit an edge prospect when everybody wanted edge, everybody wanted offensive line. I don't want to hear about it. Stop complaining. Like, you can complain about the 3rd round pick and say, I don't think any of that was purple Kool-Aid. We're slamming the pick, saying you gave it a D grade, Jason. So no,
yeah,
stop.
sorry, I just didn't. Yeah, and I apologize. I hope I like Jacoby Lane enough where I'm buying his jersey or something. So
I know that we know. Yeah, we're all in. Like, he's on the team now. We're rooting for him, but like,
all in, bro. Yeah, I'm all in with you, Jacoby.
Nobody is buttering that pick up. The first 2 picks, yeah, you should, and you should be happy. I don't understand. I'm sorry. I had a moment, and just
I don't. There's a varying like range of opinions here. Like, I don't think any of us are purple Kool-Aiding. Like, I said yesterday, like, yeah, I gave the Vega pick a B+, I gave the Zion pick an A+, and then I give the Jacoby Lane pick a C-. I feel like that's a good range of grades there to have.
And for the record, like, if we are purple Kool-Aiding it, we could be. Just go to the national guys, go to the other analysts in our community, size it up, compare it, and then come back to us, right? Like, I'm not like, none of us are like, okay, we are like this, like, authority on all things draft. Like, so I think you'll find a lot of the sentiment matches up with what we've said. And I think with Venga in particular, I don't know how anybody, it's like you said, Jason, like, I don't know how anybody could really, if you wanted Bane, it's fine. I get that point. That's a totally valid, like, I want Bane over Venga, but it's like I tweeted out yesterday. They both could be all pros very easily. When it's all said and done, it's just a matter of, this was the need. They needed an all pro on the offensive line more than I think what they needed up on the pass rush side of things.
Got my guy Don C in
What's
here.
up, Don?
Thank you, Don. Good morning, Brian, Yuri, Dev, brother Jason. Took a nap and missed day 2. It happens to the best of us. Dog.
Ah.
Happens to the best of us. Much love, guys. I'm hitting the replay. Appreciate you just
Appreciate
for dropping
it,
in, dropping the comment. Don, always appreciate your support. Love you much, brother. I hope you're doing well, personal life and everything else. So it's just great seeing you. But yeah, Dev, I was gonna say, when I looked, this morning, I'm waking up and I'm like, yeah, man, that was a great pick. We finally got the guy I wanted. Ioane, man, for 2 months. I can't believe we actually invested in guard for once instead of trying to,
Yeah.
to not invest in guard and get Lamar hurt. I was so happy. So I woke up and I was like, all right, let me search into YouTube, Ravens pick Vega Ioane, and I got a couple of videos, and especially like Ty Simpson was the pick before, and their Ty Simpson segment, the bar was this long. And then the Vega Ioane segment was like this long.
Yeah.
And everybody was
Yeah.
like, yeah, typical Ravens pick. They nailed it. They got one of the best players at the position in the draft.
We don't even want to talk about it anymore because it's so boring.
There was no analysis necessary of the Vega pick. It was like everybody was like, yeah, we're not surprised. They crushed it. They needed a guard. They got Lamar. They're compensating for Faalele. The Faalele was terrible, and now they got the best guard in the draft. So yeah, man, it was just great yesterday. And then Zion Young, you just think of Zadarius Smith, think of Pernell McPhee with more pass rush.
Yeah.
That's the kind of monster you're getting on the strong side. So
McPhee,
I love the fit.
Zadarius. There was another person in that equation that I was thinking about, and I'm just
Kruger?
blanking right now.
Maybe even in Jared Johnson, but more pass rush, better pass rush.
Yeah, I think McPhee would be a good but McPhee obviously with more talent. Like sorry to say, I love McPhee, but you're talking about like a guy that's a first round talent versus McPhee's a converted defensive tackle who became a very good player, but the upside definitely is what Zion would offer, I think. So in terms of comparatively, the upside has to be greater.
Yeah, it was. The Ty Simpson pick was crazy. That's what I was saying. The play bar on the Ty Simpson was like this. And then Vega was like that. I'm like, man, I sat through all that Ty Simpson stuff. It was pretty funny.
I just knew that was going to happen too, and I was watching the coverage. I was like, they're not going to. This is the worst. This is being sandwiched with this pick is the worst. But
right. So hey, 2 picks to go.
2 more, yeah.
Jacoby Thomas was picked. Maybe a little early for him, but great for him, dude. Great. He was the first player in the red for me. Made the board. So glad to see Jacoby Thomas, fun player to watch for the Hurricanes, go off the board there. So yeah, man, I guess we're in our final thoughts time. There are a lot of Skylar Bell fans that can't believe he didn't get picked. There are a lot of Bryce Lance fans that said I was too low on him. Still not picked. Elijah Surratt, still not picked. Michael Trigg, Justin Jolie, still not picked. Grayson Halton, still not picked. That one does surprise me because defensive linemen are so hard to find, man. So there's the list right there. Only 2 running backs selected in the first 98 picks. Seattle's picking now, so I doubt they're going another running back after taking Price. Guess you never know. But yeah, pretty nuts. Only 2 running backs may be taken in the first 3 round 100 picks.
No Dennis Sutton either.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not like he's unless something pops with his injury. I thought that was surprising. I thought he'd at least go in the 3rd round. Jamal McCoy too. What is
that's
going
crazy.
on? I'm still very concerned on what's the injury and how bad can it be to the point where you don't at least throw some sort of day 3 pick on him.
Yeah, prayers up to, by the way, mental health is important. We see it pop up every day in society with tragedies of all kinds. It spreads across all kinds of parts of the country, rich, poor, whatever color, whatever religion. You see people take their own lives. You see people take their families' lives and take their own lives. A serious, serious subject is mental health. So whenever I see a slide of somebody that was, a couple of weeks ago, he was going, some mocks had Jamal McCoy going ahead of Mansour Delane, and he's still sitting there on the board, feeling like his hopes and dreams crushed. All that work he's doing, trying to get back to run a 4.38 at his pro day. Jamal McCoy, or maybe a bum knee. Ran on in the 4.38 to 4.4 range in the pro day, and for him not to be drafted. So prayers up to Jamal McCoy. Just thinking about him.
Yeah, Seahawks just took cornerback Julian Neal. So
the Maryland kid went off the board, Jalen Husky. The Jags shaking it up once again.
Oh, that's the last pick. Oh, that's it then. The Jags are
actually
up.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the last pick. You spoiled it. It's all good. I'm kidding.
Felt like my wife. It was over before it started. No, did not say that.
Well, yeah, that's it. That's it.
No smile. No smile.
Oh, for me, sorry, I was slightly distracted. My cat's been deciding to like bother.
Yeah, it's over.
In room, so
it's over. We're done, dude. Day 3 in the books.
That was quick. That was I feel like we were on. I feel like this was a lot later last year. So
sure was, right? Dude.
Yeah,
they have streamlined this product tremendously.
Good.
Like last night was 3.5 hours. I remember going to over midnight on some of these nights, and tonight 4 hours. I think they want to streamline it to where it's like a game. Like, all right, 3 hours. That's about as long as people want to. As long as people want to watch.
Yeah,
I like it because, and honestly, even with yesterday, I know it was speeding up in the beginning, and then they slowed it down because they're backlogging all those picks. But it just felt a lot smoother, and I love the draft. But there's just so much wasted air. I feel like on things, so I'm all for the pace this time.
I hope Liquid Crab they reset tonight and they like one of these.
Hecht is the guy. Listen, if they get Hecht, you could easily. I've done this a lot. I don't know if you guys do this a lot. There's prior drafts of if I just switched pick 3 with 4, then I'd be like, all right, this is looking good. So it's that's what I would do if it was Hecht. But there's some guys. Those guys are still there. Lou's still there. I think go up, package your fifths, and go up a few slots.
It wouldn't even cost much. Yeah, we're like 14 spots away now from our pick. It wouldn't be much at all to move up a couple spots to ensure that you get your guy. If you really like one of those and think that they could potentially win the center battle and then it's 100% worth it.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. I think they're in a good spot to get one of these dudes, so maybe it's not as bad. I wonder why Hecht is still there. I mean, maybe because of this exclusive ability with zone and just that he doesn't offer as much, right? But for the Ravens, and maybe they know that, and they're like, and they do. And I know DeCosta's talked about those calculations before, when they talk about when they decide to take a player because they know other teams are going to. So, for all we know with Lane, we could be bagging on him, but there could have been they had a good intel, 4 or 5 teams, they're going to take him if we don't take him here. However, with Hecht, maybe not, and they're hedging. That's a big part of the job too.
Yeah, for sure.
So Ryan, a lot of people here tonight, and you know what? I also don't think that we had nearly the spoilers of yesterday. I know you.
No, it was they, every now and then they were a pick or 2 ahead, but that's normal. I actually liked the way it went tonight a lot better. Last night, I guess they were just doing too much storytelling on TV, and the picks were rolling because they shortened the time, and there was a bad gap. So no, I thought tonight was pretty cool, man. It was a lot easier to not know the pick way ahead of time.
And it's an important point from Royal One. As much as I'm into the draft, as much as it has been my baby, done it for 30 years, you don't know. You just don't know. And we don't have half the information. We don't have 10% the information that the NFL teams have on these guys. Again, the NFL is super competitive. You got dudes working. It's their job, man. If you're not on that level, not just athletically, but mentally, you get left behind. The margins are thin. So yeah, still have Trotter on the board. I see that comment. Love Josiah Trotter, Jeremiah Trotter's son. Love him. But yeah, man, I really appreciate you, Ryan, Really appreciate all
appreciate you,
the
man.
people.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, man. If you want to subscribe to the channel, Huddle It Up Films, The Flock Rundown, those are our channels here. Yuri has his own channel, the Ravens Way podcast, all on YouTube. So if you would like to support, that's all we ask, just to subscribe. Appreciate those who donated super chats both to Ryan and to my channel. So I appreciate that. Love you so much, Yuri. We did it again this year, man. Did it again this year, Dev. We did it again this year. And Ryan,
Yeah,
Listen,
glad to join the crew tonight, man. Appreciate you guys.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was
dude.
fun.
Thanks
Yeah,
for having.
man.
Thanks for the knowledge, and it was great to talk to you in this format. So,
Yeah, for sure, man. No,
For real, dude.
We'll keep in touch, guys, man. Everybody that's watching from my channel too, man, go show them some love on X, on YouTube, everywhere, man. Go show.
We
all
still
these
call it
guys
Twitter.
some love.
I kind of still Twitter.
I go back and forth,
Yeah.
man. It naturally Twitter flows out, but then like I've been getting better because I mean it is called X, you know what I mean? So like as the years have went, I've gotten a little better, but I say both.
Like it ain't even like I know Elon Musk. A lot of people just dislike him. I'll use the term dislike, but it ain't even like a dislike factor for me. Twitter just is like I'll tweet it to Twitter. You know what I mean? It just
Yeah,
sounds
yeah.
good. Like X is just a letter, bro. Like
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
100%.
personal, man. It's it's Twitter.
Yeah.
It's just that's what it is, man.
And when you experience the beginning of something, I don't know how early you guys were on there, but I remember being on Twitter in like 2011 or whatever, and like just being on there that long, it's just ingrained, you know. You can't, it's hard to like rebrand it in your brain when you were using one thing for a decade.
for real,
that's right.
dude.
Yeah. Speaking of rebrands, the Ravens
Oh yeah,
rebranded with this
Power.
these first 3 picks.
Power,
yeah,
bro.
and the
Hey,
uniforms and the coaching staff. I mean, it's like a new team right now.
Yeah, it's
I love it.
more powerful than Yuri's mustache. Yeah,
They-
nice.
They got to work their way up, as what like Mentor said, right? They got to work their way up to that mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not quite
Or
there.
Dev's hair, by the way, which does travel. Doesn't
Oh,
matter
I
what country.
appreciate it.
Turks and Caicos, Debonair Dev is still have Debonair Dev. Same with Ryan's smile, bro. Ryan's got the good smile. I don't know what I got, bro. I don't know. You guys gotta have to tell me. Probably nothing. But
The youthful look.
the youthful look.
Yes.
Hey. Well, I just broke something probably, but football
Fire.
family.
Yeah, I
Got
love it,
that,
man.
bro. Got that painted for me. Appreciate that. Yeah. That was just a Brooks Robinson statue. That's all that was. Nothing importance. So Ryan, I'm gonna say my piece and then let you say goodnight, man. With that, I want to say thank you to my football family. Love my football family. Appreciate everyone's support over the last 2 days, from Simply to Sutton, Alec, Yuri, Dev, Ryan, all the people in the chat, all the people watching who don't chat. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all, and you'll have a good night. Ryan's going to take us out.
Yeah, appreciate all you guys, man. It was a good 4 hours. Got some good talent tonight, and we'll finish out the draft tomorrow. But appreciate all you guys, everybody watching. Have a beautiful rest of your night, and we'll talk soon.